Call the meeting to order. Good evening. Thank you for being here. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand, and we'll have our student representative, Nick Smith, lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, after which I'm going to ask everybody to remain standing for a moment of silence.
Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing. It is with great sadness that we announce the death of district employees, Tim McCarthy. Tim McCarthy, a social science teacher and department chairperson from Granite Hills High School, lost his recently diagnosed battle with lung cancer on Saturday, July 9th. Tim was the International Baccalaureate Director, Gate Coordinator, and coach for many years of both the Academic Decathlon and Academic League for Granite Hills. He loved sports and was the voice of Granite Hills, announcing the football games for the past 10 years. Tim was passionate about teaching and challenged his students to expand their thinking and pursue the most rigorous curriculum. He is survived by his wife Elizabeth and 3 children, Ryan, Sarah, and Kyle, a sophomore at Granite Hills. He was loved and will be missed by his family, students, and fellow teachers. Kate Debos passed away on June 11th after a 2-year battle with cancer. Kate's 37-year career in Grossmont Union High School District included 7 years at Santana and 30 years at Valhalla. She retired from Valhalla in 2009 after teaching a variety of subjects including life management skills, food discoveries, English, and the Opportunity Program. She will be greatly missed by her friends and family. Please join us in a moment of silence for Tim McCarthy and Kate Debos. Thank you. Please be seated. Nick Smith, if you would please read our Grossmont Union High School District Vision Statement.
The Grossmont Union High School District is dedicated to providing a safe and collaborative learning environment which supports academic achievement and social development for all students. The Grossmont District operates on the premise that success for every student is dependent upon all groups in the organization, including teachers, administrators, parents, staff, students, and the community, working together to support all students in their development as lifelong learners, thinkers, and successful contributors to the community.
Thank you. Moving on to awards, recognitions, and special reports. We'd like to recognize the Boundary Committee members and Chairman Doug Dean. Superintendent Swenson.
Thank you, President Shield. We are here later this evening. Of course, we'll hear the report of our Boundary Committee, which has been working for months and trying to respond to the request from the district to address a set of district-wide issues, including the potential construction of a new school, the demographic shifts in student population over the last 10 years in our community, the disparities in student enrollment that exist between some of our campuses, and the need to adapt to the impact that charter schools and other choices are providing to students who do reside in our district attendance area. So we formed a committee of community members and representatives from each of our schools and our district office to sit down and try to address some of those issues and prepare a report that they will share with you this evening on the outcome of those deliberations. But before we get to the business part of their evening, we would like to thank them, because if you have had a chance, and I know some of you did have a chance to either attend a Boundary meeting or to see the tapes of them afterwards, this work was taken seriously, and it was done diligently, and the membership of the committee is to be commended. I have a list here of the membership of the committee, and I would invite any that are present to come forward at this time. Don Ginn, Sam Lund, Paul Hedberg. They were late additions due to some vacancies that occurred near the process. We have John Cooley from Alpine, Eric Wilson, a certificated staff member, Steve Vickery, a certificated staff member, Chris Newcomb, another representative of the community of Alpine, Mary Beth Meek from PTSA, Alana Levins-Craig, PTSA rep, Lindsay Lane, a classified representative, Pat Keeley, administrator, Connie Kaminsky, a classified, Frank Foggiano, certificated, Graybuck Espinoza, a tribal representative, Paul Dautremont, representing site administration, Nancy Clark, classified, Donnie Carroll, administration, Vince O'Hara, district resource person. I know Vince is here. He's going to stay seated, it looks like. Gary Schwartzold, our district office staff representative liaison, along with Mike Lewis, assistant superintendent for instruction. And I think we will insist that this last gentleman come forward to receive recognition. That is the committee chairman, Mr. Doug Dean. Doug?
Thank you so much.
Other committee representatives will now follow your lead. See, that's a good there. That's a good leader right there. Once he moves, they follow. And I'll just quickly read. This is Doug. This is an appreciation of your service as chairman of the Grossmont Union High School District Boundary Committee. And I know you'll have a chance to talk more about the work later on this evening. But just in terms of the sacrifice you made, the leadership you provided, and again, all the members of the committee for the work they did as well. Thank you very much.
It was a true team effort.
Okay. We'd like to get a picture, if we could, with those that are here with the board. Yeah, all of you, come on up.
Sorry. Oh, you guys come over. Half of you on this side. We're going to put them in the middle. There we go. Everybody more? Way over. Way over. Come right behind the shoulder. Right behind the shoulder. You're right. Come on. Come on. These guys here. Okay. Back here. Actually, come up down. Tell us what you do. Come right over here. Right over here. You make it this time. That's right behind you. Come right behind her. I'm sorry. Behind you still. Okay. And you come this way. Come on. Right up here. Come right here. Okay. I'm gonna block him off. Okay. Come right over here. Stay right where you're at. Come closer. Or come out by the seat. Very good. Moving on to communication from the public. Members of the public who wish to speak to an item on or not on the agenda must file a speaker card indicating the name and agenda item or subject to be addressed, and present that card to Tracy McDonald in the front row, and she will deliver them to the board secretary. Pursuant to Board Bylaw 9323, comments from the public on agenda items will be heard for 30 minutes, or if necessary, at the conclusion of the business meeting. Speakers will be given a maximum of 3 minutes to give public comment. A speaker may not exceed a total of 3 minutes on all items. Let's see. Board policy limits total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. If a member of the public wishes to speak to a board item at the time the item comes up for action, please indicate that on the card and you will be given an opportunity to speak prior to the action being taken if the total public input on that item has not exceeded 20 minutes. Speakers will see a green light displayed on the podium for the first 2 minutes and 30 seconds. A yellow light will be displayed for the final 30 seconds, and a red light and audible beep will let you know when your 3 minutes are up. In order to be fair to everyone in the audience who wishes to speak, speakers will not be permitted to go beyond the allotted time. Now, we have a total of 15 cards. To enforce our board bylaws, there would not be sufficient time, I don't think, to do all 15 cards. However, I'm going to, with the board's indulgence, sort of make an executive decision, and hopefully with the speakers, I'm going to make a deal with you that if you are careful about the 3-minute limit, we will go with all 15 cards. So I'm going to ask you to respect the 3-minute time limit and not push it to 3 minutes and 20 or 3 minutes and 30 seconds. And if it's okay with the board, we will go ahead and hear from all 15 speakers. Are we in agreement on that? Okay. I'll announce 3 names at a time so you know when you're on deck. We will begin with Victor Woods, who will be followed by John Cooley and Tim Ross. Victor Woods.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the Grossmont Unified Union High School District for this opportunity to address the issue of the Alpine High School construction. The A House has enjoyed a long-standing, positive, and productive working relationship with the Grossmont Union High School District, and we look forward to continuing and building upon this relationship. The A House kids have attended Grossmont Union High School District schools for many years, so we have a direct, vested interest in the outcome of tonight's meeting and whether the Alpine High School ever gets built. Throwing district taxpayers a bone, continuing the site development work, but delaying or halting design work and letting critical deadlines pass is an attempt to kill the project by letting it die on the vine. It is too clever by half, and it seems to be more of the same by the same members of this board and the administration who are playing politics behind the scenes. Construction costs will likely never get lower. To let this opportunity to contain construction costs pass by would be a slap in the face to those footing the bill, taxpayers of this school district. Delaying the construction when costs are at near record lows is not even penny wise. It's just plain foolish, and it's fiscally irresponsible. Operating costs would likely be covered by the ADA that would follow students to the new high school, including students from within the district and those from the service area who are attending private, charter, or home schools. Other schools within the district and these attending schools outside the district as well. The school district's own boundary committee made this determination, and an independent analysis concluded the same. In conclusion, any action that would delay the building of the Alpine High School, specifically in the latest instance, tonight's resolution, will be breaking your word, your bond with the people of Alpine and Blossom Valley and others. And if I may speak extemporaneously, Native Americans understand broken promises, and unfortunately, Alpine District citizens do not. Please don't go down that path. It's a dead end for everyone, students, parents, and elected representatives who break their trust with voters. Thank you again. Ms. Schreiber.
John Cooley, who will be followed by Tim Ross and Lynn Moody.
Good evening. My name is John Cooley. I'm from Alpine. As you saw a second ago, I was also on the Boundary Committee. I obviously speak for myself and not for the Boundary Committee. You'll hear from Chairman Dean later on. I'd like to make 2 points. The first goes to the declining enrollment of the district, and I hope you will take this away from Chairman Dean's report later on. We had the Boundary Committee was given a projected enrollment chart I understand there's another chart floating around as well that the Boundary Committee has never seen, has never acted on. But both of them have the basic trend agreement that for the next couple of years, 2 by one chart, 3 by another, the enrollment of the district is going to decline. But what both charts agree on is that the faster you build a high school, the faster that enrollment is going to completely recover. In 2015-2016 school year, according to both charts, if the high school is built, you're going to exceed today's population by over 100 students. If the high school is not built, it's going to be, the full recovery is going to be delayed by a much longer time. By this chart, it says 1 year. By the chart the Boundary Committee was given, enrollment's not going to recover until 2018, 8 years away, if you don't build the high school. Now, both charts agree that recovery will be in 2015. If you build the school, that's a significant year because that'll be the first year that all 4 years will populate the 12th high school, freshmen through seniors. I mean, there's no coincidence there. That's the year we recover if the high school's built. So that's a good reason to build it now as soon as possible. The second point I'd like to make is, in effect, with your resolution tonight, you're deciding whether to gain 500 students in population or lose potentially 933 students. The 500 student gain, Chairman Dean will talk about. This is the student population recovery report. This should be in your report. According to the Boundary Committee and the district's own consultant, 90 new students will show up to the district if the high school is built. These are 90 students who would otherwise be attending private schools or out-of-district schools. These are all new ADA funds. Additionally, the district will recover 392 net students from Steele Canyon. These are Alpine students currently attending Steele Canyon. And they will be coming back into the district to attend the 12th high school. This is a net gain, meaning the Steele Canyon won't gain any of these back from anywhere else in the district. So those two numbers add up to 482 students with their ADA funds. That's a lot of money. I've heard that's enough to run the school. The 933 loss, this is a potential loss. This is something the Boundary Committee did not discuss, so my crystal ball is the only thing that will control here. I think personally that if you decide to kill, in effect, the school tonight, that the residents of Alpine will be so angry and so outraged that they will take the superintendent's alternative, which he mentioned, and they will be an organized effort to go down the hill to Steele Canyon or some other school or some other alternative, and the district will lose their 933 students with the ADA funds. Real fast, build the school, build it twice as big so that Blossom Valley can attend. Thank you.
Tim Ross, who will be followed by Lynn Moody and Debbie Beck.
Good evening. My name is Tim Ross. I live at 15459 Creek Hills Road in Blossom Valley. And today I'm here not only representing myself, but also the 100 plus or minus other residences in the Talons Reach area of Blossom Valley that have been built and sold under the pretext of Proposition H and subsequently voted on in favor of Proposition U. Like most of my neighbors, in 2006 I moved my family to Blossom Valley with the understanding that my children would be attending a new high school in the Blossom Valley Alpine area. The school district my family left to come to Blossom Valley includes 3 nationally recognized high achievement schools in La Costa Canyon, San Dieguito Academy, and Canyon Crest Academy. Knowing that a new high school was funded to be built made the decision easier for my wife and I to move from there and out to East County. When I attended the Boundary Committee hearing in June, I was told by the committee that my neighbors and I are being sent to El Capitan because there'd be no space in the newly constructed 12th high school, even if it is built, and because El Capitan is geographically closest to us, even though the siting of the 12th high school was completely subjective and could have been located in my backyard. The committee also had the gall to tell me they needed our Blossom Valley AP students to improve the academic performance of El Capitan, as if that is our responsibility. El Capitan High School is an agrarian school with vocational emphasis, which is not in alignment with the demographics of the families living in Blossom Valley. We are a rural, college preparatory-oriented community, and that is what we are expecting with our attendance at the new 12th high school. Furthermore, I'm directly responsible for the construction and sales of over half those homes in Talons Reach, and consequently for the additional property tax and bond funding revenue the school district receives. Because of the high cost of the homes in our neighborhood, we are proportionally paying a much larger percentage of the cost of the bonds and will not be getting any benefit that we signed up for when we voted on this, because me and a large number of my neighbors will be sending our children out of the district if the current resolution is approved. Not only will we be paying for improvements we will get no benefit from, but the final injury of relegating us to El Capitan is the resultant decrease in property values from attaching our homes in Blossom Valley to a substandard academically performing facility. I would like to quote from the fact sheet prepared and distributed by your district office in 2008 regarding Proposition U. Among other things, it states, Proposition U will construct a new high school in Alpine and Blossom Valley. When my neighbors and I moved to Blossom Valley and gave your bond issue a yes vote, your fact sheet never implied that high school construction was conditional, would not be built large enough to serve Blossom Valley, and would be subject to the discretion of this board. I implore you to follow through with the commitment made to Blossom Valley and Alpine in 2004, which was reaffirmed by voters in 2008. Build 12th High School and make it big enough to serve Blossom Valley.
Lynn Moody, who will be followed by Debbie Beck and George Barnett.
I was up late trying to decide what I was going to say tonight. Should I tell you about my family's personal situation? Should I tell you about all my neighbors who refused to send their kids to El Capitan? Should I tell you about the other, should I beg you to build a new high school? I took a break from speech writing to read the newspaper. And on the front page, I found this picture. It's a 2-year-old little boy in a Kenyan refugee camp. He fled to Kenya because there's a drought in Somalia, and political and tribal hostilities do not allow outside aid into Somalia. He's skeletal, he's malnourished and skeletal, and these kids are dying after trekking for weeks to reach emergency aid. I just stopped in my tracks right there. I'm worrying about what I'm going to say to you all. I'm worried that I'm going to have to compel you with reason and logic when there are children dying in this world. This puts life in perspective. My name is Lynn Moody, and I live in Blossom Valley with my husband and my 3 children. Let's be straight on 2 things. Blossom Valley expects its children to attend the 12th High School when it opens in 2013. Number 2, in our current option area, Blossom Valley kids choose Granite Hills almost 2-to-1 over El Capitan. I'll stop there because I fear that you guys have your minds made up, so there's no point possibly in me begging or trying to reason with you. So let's get back to this. I'm not so self-absorbed to think that Blossom Valley's plight equates to the refugees in Kenya, but there are some similarities. First, in political battles, it's the innocent children who suffer. And all I can say is, what did Blossom Valley's kids do to you? Second, it's natural to flee and take refuge when you're in a helpless situation. We have no power to overcome your omnipotence. So we'll find refuge at charter schools or private schools, or we'll flee East County altogether. Let's face it, this district has some mediocre schools entrenched in the status quo. And yet, instead of taking credit for building a first-class high school, this district is hell-bent on condemning us to a purgatory of mediocrity. With this type of behavior and mismanagement, I sure as hell don't want you in charge of the education for my children. But I dare you to prove me wrong. At this point, you're already stealing my tax money. Prove to me that you deserve my kids.
Debbie Beck, who will be followed by George Barnett and Neville Connell.
Good evening. I'm Debbie Beck, and I'm here tonight because I've been made aware that there is a Boundary Committee report that will recommend Harbison Canyon being excluded from the new Alpine High School being built. I feel that this will be detrimental to the children of Harbison Canyon. We consider ourselves a part of Alpine. We live in the Alpine School District. We play baseball in the Alpine Little League. We play soccer in the AYSO Alpine Soccer League. Our children have attended school from kindergarten to 8th grade with these children. And then when they enter an important developmental stage in adolescence, we will have to separate our children from their friendships and relationships that they have built and formed for the last 9 years, and be told that we must now attend a high school at Granite Hills. I'm not sure exactly how many kids we are talking about, but I've heard approximately 50 children would be affected. I cannot understand the purpose of this decision. I think it would make more sense to build a high school that will accommodate all the children in the Alpine School District. After all, our children have been considered Alpine students for the first 9 years of their school lives. I feel that this will severely split our community and affect the lives of our children in a negative manner. If the boundaries that this committee is forming warrant a larger high school, then why can't we use the bond monies that we have been collecting to build a high school in Alpine that will accommodate all the children in the Alpine School District? Thank you for your time and attention in this manner, and I hope you can come to a decision that will be the right one for all the children of Alpine and Harbison Canyon. Thank you.
George Barnett, who will be followed by Neville Connell and Sal Casamassima.
Thank you, and good evening, Board and Cabinet. I'm George Barnett from Alpine. John Cooley stole my thunder. I wanted to speak to information on the enrollment projections for the district, and the Boundary Commission's charts were released by the district just shortly, and I looked them over, and I was surprised to see nothing about the longer range enrollment. So I had a copy of work that the Boundary Committee had been doing, and I wanted to leave it with you with the request, would you please delve into this issue of growing enrollment in your district when the Boundary Commission study is presented this evening. Thank you very much.
Neville Connell, who will be followed by Sal Casamassima and Greg Fox.
Good evening. My name is Neville Connell, and I've lived in Alpine for 12 years. The Boundary Committee has done a careful and scientifically based demographic study. I don't think you could do better. I would like to compliment on that. It showed that there are 923 students in Alpine, excluding any from Blossom Valley or from Harbison Canyon. At the 85% occupancy rate that they planned for the Grossmont Union High School District, that means a school in Alpine should have 1,100 places, even to accommodate the 923 Alpine students. You have the funds available to do this. You have the funds from Proposition U to build an 800 student school, and you still have funds from Proposition H to build the remainder. Now, perhaps you'll say that, well, the demographic study also shows that the student population is decreasing, as John Cooley and George Barnett said. But in 2014, that turns around and increases. And as John Cooley said, the benefit of the new school is much greater in terms of student population than in the case without a Alpine school. So I'd like to ask you to use the monies that we, the voters, made available to you in Proposition H and Proposition U to build a school in Alpine, to build the school. And while you're at it, let Blossom Valley and Harbison Canyon students go there if they want to. Thank you.
Sal Casamassima, who will be followed by Greg Cox and Albert Haven.
Sal Casamassima, Alpine. In February, I made a PowerPoint presentation to the board. I revealed that contrary to what was believed, the new 12th high school provided a positive financial benefit to the district. I quoted Ronald Reagan during my talk, and in rebuttal, Superintendent Swenson also quoted Reagan and said, "Trust but verify." Along those lines, Dick Hoy suggested we seek independent verification of the data. Thanks to the Boundary Committee and the demographer, Mr. O'Hara, that verification is now in hand. Thanks also to the CBOC, who insisted we have a comparison of outcomes, one with the 12th high school and one without. Without taking away any thunder from Doug, let's look at the data developed by Mr. O'Hara. He estimates 933 students in the Alpine core area projected to attend the new school. An additional 43 students in Harbison Canyon who also attend Alpine schools but have the misfortune of a different zip code. 80 new students, or 90, who currently attend private or charter schools and who would likely attend the new school. 245 Blossom Valley students, out of which a minimum of 67 would attend the new high school. These numbers add to 1123 and conservatively assume zero growth in Alpine and not a single new student from Crest, Dehesa, Sequan, Descanso, or Pine Valley. Thus, we have verification that we need at least a 1,200 student capacity school. Mr. O'Hara also drilled down into the numbers. In addition to the 80 new students, he estimates that the new high school will result in a net gain of 180 to 400 students from Steele Canyon, for a total gain for the district of 260 to 480 students. Multiplying these gains by funding per student, the district picks up anywhere from $1.5 million to $2.8 million of additional ADA. It also looks like there will be transportation savings of about $250,000 versus the no school option. Thus, a total of $2 to $3 million in additional revenue and savings will come with the 12th high school. In February, I estimated a net gain of about $2.5 million for a 1,200 student school, which the data now seems to verify. In other words, not only will this school bring in new students, it will make the district money. Talk about a no-brainer. So now let's go back to trust but verify. We now have verified, and that leaves trust. Should you pass the ill-conceived resolution before you tonight, all trust will be destroyed. I ask you to table that resolution and build this school. Thank you.
Greg Fox, who will be followed by Albert Haven and Megan Worland.
Everybody got a copy? Did you get one, Scott? Does everybody have a copy? Okay. Did you get the slide to put up?
Was it one?
There's just one.
Oh.
Did you get a slide for this that's supposed to be up? Thank you.
Yep, wrong side.
Wrong one.
Wrong one.
This is the one that just has the map on it. Just flip that real quick. Rotate the view. View clockwise. There you go. Just clockwise. And then it should come up there for you. And then just increase the size just a little bit. Just right there. You just hit that. There we go. That's good. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much tonight, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Swenson. My name is Greg Fox. I'm here tonight as the chairperson of the Alpine Community Planning Group. And the purpose of my coming here tonight has to do with items outside the microcosm of the Grossmont School District, and that is the fact that when there was a commitment made to build this high school and it was identified as to where it was going to go, and there was a board consensus that it was going to be built, the planning group went into full effect with regards to how we were going to work with the county to try to identify additional dwelling units for this particular school that was going to be built, the 12th high school. Not taking into account Blossom Valley and Alpine alone, we were trying to identify some areas that were part of what they called the Forest Conservation Initiative area. And right now, at this point in time, a lot of those lands are with much larger parcel pieces and very few homes that were able to be built on them. I'm going to circle this for you so you can see where I'm at. You guys can hear me. But this whole area, from where these striped lines are going south, this was all part of the Forest Conservation Initiative area. Right now, we've been working with the County of San Diego to try to identify at this point in time different zoning and designations for these parcels to be able to pick up more students for your schools. Excuse me. In this particular situation, we've been able to identify areas that are going to be able to be used for multifamily. We've been able to identify areas where we could still keep it rural and go SR2, which means that we can get one dwelling unit per 2 acres. We also have identified areas along that eastern area of Alpine where we can go one property for 1 acre. So what we're looking at this point in time is an increase in your population of another 300 to 500 dwelling units just in this small area. This does not take into account any of the lined areas that you still see that belong to Viejas. It does not take into account some of the areas on the north side of Alpine that can be taken into consideration for development, nor some of the areas that are still south of Alpine. But at this point in time, we have been working with County of San Diego to try to do this. Now, why do we do this? Because Caltrans has come up with their own numbers, and they continue to show growth every 10 years of over 4,000 people moving into the Alpine area. Well, if that were to be the case, and we were to increase the dwelling units just in this one area alone, another 300 to 500 dwelling units, what is that going to do for your outside enrollment? You guys are talking about at this point in time of increasing your outside enrollment, but isn't that enrollment every single student that's not currently in your district? Isn't it every student that you save? And how are we going to save? We're going to save these individuals by building them properties that they can actually afford to live in, and more importantly, want to bring them to the Alpine area to be able to facilitate this 12th high school and the enrollment numbers that you guys are looking for. We are looking at a very short time frame. We've got a commitment from the county after the general plan update, which looks to be pretty close to being approved in August. At that point in time, they're telling us within 1 year, we should be able to redesignate this entire area, which means that we'll be in a position to start building and rezoning this area before you guys even build the school. Thank you for your time.
Albert Haven, who will be followed by Megan Worland and Todd Nielsen.
Good evening. Albert Haven. I'm the Chamber of Commerce's representative to the Alpine High School Committee and has been served on it since it started. I don't want to be here tonight because what I have to say to you, you're not going to like. But I want to talk to the resolution. If you adopt this resolution, you'll be adopting one that is dishonest, deceitful, dissembling, and distorted. It's inaccurate and misrepresents to the point of lying. The millions of dollars that are at stake here would be, you start using terms like fraud. I refer, for instance, to whereas the governing board acknowledges the impact of the increased operating expenses. Well, that I'm assuming, because there's not much to it, it's only a 72-hour agenda, so nobody could be there, but you printed up a list of positions, came to $1.76 million, just opened the school. However, there's 20 positions there. 14 of them are transfer positions, counselors that are at one school, and when the kids move away, they'll follow. Only 6 new positions are there, and that's less than $500,000. Second thing is that the second one is whereas the oversight committee said go cautious. The oversight committee actually said don't build a school because you haven't built the trigger. You haven't made the trigger. We made the trigger, so that's moot. And so if you make a decision based upon that, you're going against what actually happened, and the board didn't really take action on this. Then we come to the part about we're going to delay until the ADA comes back to the 2008 level. Hey, legislature may change it. There's all kinds of things can happen. That's really a delaying thing that'll never come about. And the ADA really means higher class sizes. Alpine kids are already going there. And so we have, the kids are already there. If they're a new kid, you say, gee, we don't have the money to build for new kids. These kids are here now. You're already teaching them to just go to a different place. Now, to not build a school is to provide inadequate facilities at Granite Hills mainly. 1,000 kids, more than fit the school, are going to Granite Hills. And if you don't build a school, not only Alpine doesn't get it, but every kid at Granite Hills is in inadequate facilities. This has nothing to do with triggers or growth. What it has to do is with providing facilities that are adequate when you can. So you got to build that school. To not do it is to say this board...
Thank you very much. Megan Worland, who will be followed by Todd Nielsen and Rhonda Turby.
Hello, my name is Megan Worland, and I'm a resident of Alpine, a mother of 3, and I'm also the president, or chair, what am I? The chair of the Alpine High School Citizens Committee. I'm here to talk to you tonight about the resolution that is on the agenda, and I have to tell you that when I read the resolution, my stomach just dropped. And one reason is I'm an English teacher, so I'm looking at the wording, and I see that it says that the design and construction will be discontinued for this school until the ADA numbers reach the 2008 levels. And at that time, the board will consider and review resuming the design and construction process. Not that it will resume, not that it'll tell the district employees, okay, now start it again. That the district board will consider and review. And I thought, my God, that's just consider and review until oblivion. That gives this board and all subsequent boards the opportunity to consider and review until the momentum for this high school just dies out. I was in awe because we've been getting information from the Boundary Committee, and people have been saying this over and over tonight, that this will be a financially responsible thing for the district to do, to take on this opportunity to grow. And then at the same time, I think, why would this board deny the district the opportunity to grow and deny the communities that are embracing this school the opportunity to make it excellent? I believe that voting for this resolution does destroy the good faith that you share with our communities, and I'm afraid that it will result in severe reactions. I feel like it's another hurdle, and you may say, well, it's the it's a conservative, fiscally responsible thing to do, and I really don't see it that way. It seems like the irresponsible thing to do, because it's denying the district the opportunity to bolster its operational budget by bringing those kids from Steel Canyon back into the district. Also, it'll make use of the over $20 million you will spend by September, and if this school dies on the vine, that money is lost. I encourage you to table this resolution. I encourage you to act in good faith, and I hope that tonight I get to go home to my babies who are staying up late, and they've done this many times before, and I can tell them, no, you're going to be going to that 12th high school. You don't have to go down the hill with Mommy to Steele. Sure, my school would benefit beautifully from this, but I'm not doing this for my school. I'm doing this to advocate for my community, and this community deserves this school. Thank you.
Todd Nielsen, who will be followed by Rhonda Turby and Greya Abel.
Good evening. Well, let's simplify this. Okay, you have the money to build the school. We all agree that. We passed 2 bonds, by the way, which you probably wouldn't have passed if it wasn't for Alpine Blossom Valley. Think about that. You wouldn't have this money without these people in this room. And you're spending it on all the other schools. You're not serving all your constituents. You are supposed to serve all your constituents, not the ones you pick and choose. So think about that. You wouldn't have any of this money if it wasn't for these people in this room. And we all know that. You can make up some story, but that's a true fact. Second, this school is being shown it will bring people into this district. It will pay for itself. So what is the issue? Do you hate Alpine that much? You hate Blossom Valley that much? Cut your nose off to spite your face? Is that what you want to do? Because that's what you're doing. These people, they have the financial wherewithal to take their kids out of your district. Is that what you want them to do? If you fall through with this resolution, that's what you're doing. Now, you have a contract with these citizens, all of your citizens, to fall through with Prop U and Prop H. That is a contract. That is language. And we have followed through. We have followed every hurdle you have asked us to do, and then some. And if you follow through with this resolution, the circumstances you will not like. This community deserves better than this board, but we're stuck with you. Now, we can build from here if you make the right decisions. You move forward. It's shown, we've been talking for a long time, that this school is going to bring 400 kids into this district. Times 6,000 ADA money, that's $1 to $2 million. Easy. It pays for itself. So don't fool yourself that this school is going to cost you money. It's not. It's going to bring kids into this district. I know plenty of parents, I live in Alpine, that do not want to go to the schools you offer now. So they go to private school, they homeschool, they charter school. You will bring those kids back. Make the right decision. Fulfill the contract you have with these citizens called Prop U and Prop H. Build the high school. Don't delay. Thank you.
Rhonda Turvey, who will be followed by Greg Abell and Deanne Rogers.
Good evening. My name is Rhonda Turvey, and I live in Flint Springs, which is part of the Blossom Valley area. I've lived there for 34 years. And I have attended several of the meetings in regard to the 12th high school, including 2 boundary committee meetings. And with the information that I have gathered, there seems to me to be no compelling reason to delay the forward movement of the construction of the new Alpine Blossom Valley High School that the voters approved. Please withdraw the resolution on the agenda this evening and build the school. Thank you.
Greg Abell, who will be followed by Deanne Rogers.
Well, I'm not here. Actually, my name's Greg Abell. I'm East County. I'm 49 years old, lived and have born and raised in East County. Love East County. Granite Hills alumni and owner and president of Precision Electric Company. You guys have awarded me a multitude of contracts and have been greatly appreciated to it. I originally wasn't coming tonight because it's just a technicality that's going on, but as I heard about this Alpine, which I have 3 grown adult kids that are married, and 2 still live in East County. 1 wants to move from Poway back to East County. And so this is critical, not now for me personally, but for the future of Blossom Valley. I love Blossom Valley. I love Alpine. But anyways, when we make commitments, we need to fulfill our commitments. And I'm not gonna try to pull a splinter out of your eye because I probably have a log in mine. But when we put things out, and what I'm here about is for the Helix contracts. I got a notice of intent to award. The last 2.5 weeks, I've been working on getting my bonding for you guys, my submittal package, 80+ hours putting it together. And yesterday morning, I was called saying that you guys are pulling it off the agenda tonight. I'm not sure if that's even happening for sure because I can't seem to get an answer. But I spent a lot of time and effort doing so. Again, you put it out to bid, you ask for a low bidder. I was $250,000 lower on a $2.3 million job. I did West Hills PAC building. I know what it takes to do it. Your coverage wasn't very, I guess, good on it with other trades, but you guys have changed certain things in the past, and by changing, people get a little bit nervous. We have to stick to in the course. So if that means the propositions called out for a school, you guys have got to look at it and see that's what you got to do. If you're going to award a contract or you're going to put something out to bid, we got to finish it, and you guys got to award it because our community is very small. We all know each other. We're all construction in the East County. We're blessed with this work, but we also need to fulfill what we say we're going to do. If we don't with you guys, you come after our bond. If we pull our bid and it's not an honest mistake, you come after our bid bond. So if we are committed to you, you guys need to be committed to us, which means either build the school, which I had no idea what was going on until 2 hours ago about this school, but I do know that Helix was on the board or on the table to get pulled. But again, it cost me a ton of money to bid this thing. I've lost business opportunities because I've planned on this contract coming of $2.5 million. All my guys, East County, 100-plus guys right here on Winter Garden said we've been here for 25 years. Guys in Santee School District we do work for. You guys make tough choices. My brother-in-law was over at Santee School District, Alan Carlisle. He told me about a lot of tough decisions that you guys as board members have to make. But just remember what your heart says and what you guys promise, what we expect our kids to do, and that's to be honest and do what they say they're going to do. Thank you.
Deanne Rogers.
Hi, thank you for this opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Deanne Rogers, and I'm from the Blossom Valley community. This proposition shouldn't have made it to the ballot if Blossom Valley will not be included as promised, as voted for. If Granite Hills is taken away and El Capitan is our only option, my family, as well as others in the Blossom Valley community, will consider other educational options. Thank you.
Moving on to procedural, public report. I'm sorry. Public report of action taken in closed session in accordance with Government Code 54957.1 and 54957.9. Member Schreiber.
Student matters pursuant to Education Code Sections 49073-49079. In closed session, the Governing Board reviewed the findings of fact, the conclusion of law, and any written objection to the same, which were presented by staff on student matters. As a result, I recommend the following action. Suspended expulsion. I move to approve suspended expulsion in case number 6.
Second.
Discussion? Please vote.
Stipulated suspended expulsions. I move to approve the stipulated suspended expulsions in cases 140 through 170.
Second. Discussion? Please vote.
Revoke expulsions. I move to revoke expulsions in case number 33 through 38.
Second. Discussion? Please vote.
Lifting expulsions. I move to lift expulsions in case number 34 through 57.
Second.
Discussion? Please vote.
Action taken in closed session. In closed session, the Governing Board ratified and approved the following principal administrative assignments: Aaron Richardson, Principal, El Cajon Valley High School; Laura Whitaker, Principal, El Capitan High School. The roll call vote was 5 yes, 0 no. Do we want to introduce them? Yeah, you want to just introduce them real quick? We already took action on that. Oops.
Pause for just a minute to introduce our two new principals. First of all, the new principal at El Cajon Valley High School, Aaron Richardson. Aaron has been serving our district and most recently as a Director of English Language Learner Services and is ready to move into the principalship at El Cajon Valley. Aaron, if you'd just rise real quick and be recognized. Thank you. And Laura Whitaker is going to be the new principal for El Capitan High School. She has been serving on the administrative staff at El Cajon Valley High School and was a teacher there for a number of years. She is right here from our community and is anxious to go to El Capitan High School and continue to build on that school's profile. So, Aaron, or Laura, if you would please rise. Be recognized. And he's here with the Boundary Committee, but I just want to recognize we also have a principal who's moved over to West Hills High School from El Cajon Valley, a transfer from one site to another. New principal at West Hills, Mr. Paul Dotremont.
Thank you and congratulations. Potential threatened pending litigation. In closed session, the Governing Board approved the settlement agreement as a result of binding arbitration in the case of Janes Corporation of California versus the Grossmont Union High School District. The roll call vote was 4 yes, 0 no, and 1 abstention, or 1 absent. End of my report.
Thank you. Moving on to approval of the agenda. There will be deletions of item 9C11 and 9C15 through 9C24. Could I have a motion and second to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved.
I have another amendment or request.
I think we need a second first.
Second.
Okay.
Okay, so who made the motion?
Jim.
Okay, Mr. Kelly made the motion. Yes, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I'd like the board's consideration on moving action item number 8A2 to just before the proposed resolution item number 8A1. My reasons for asking for this consideration is that it will be a shorter discussion as part of it is covered in the proposed resolution, and the resolution will render my item moot. I am sure that was not an intention and wanted to bring that to the board's attention. There is only one remaining issue to be discussed in that action item, and would probably be a quick discussion and determination. That's my first request, and I have a second request.
Okay, so your request is
To move my
8A2
yes,
to move it in front of 8A1.
Yes.
Okay, my understanding is procedurally, since the motion to adopt the agenda was made by Mr. Kelly, do you accept that amendment?
No.
Okay, thank you.
My second request on the agenda modification would be to request consideration to pull item 8A1 until legal counsel has been apprised of the proposed language and can counsel the board. At time of, so that was my main reason why.
Okay, so the request is made to delete, in effect, right? Item 8A1?
To pull it.
Well, okay. Pull it.
We would vote at that time to table it or to pull it.
Then to delete it.
Okay.
Until we've had legal counsel advise the board.
All right, so the request has been made to delete item 8A1. Mr. Kelly?
No.
Okay, thank you. Are there any?
Thank you.
Yeah, is there any further discussion on adopting the agenda as amended? Well, there were two deletions, remember I read at the beginning? Okay, please vote. Agenda is passed. Moving on to approval of minutes of governing board meetings. Let's see. Could I have a motion and second to approve the minutes of the regular governing board meeting of June 9th, 2011?
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? Please vote. You were absent. Okay. Could I have a motion and second to approve the board meetings of the special governing board meeting of May 19th, 2011?
So moved.
I'll second. Okay, any discussion? Please vote. Superintendent's report. I'm sorry. What? Do we need to read anything? Yeah, we should do this. It was pointed out that, Member Kelly, you were not at the special governing board meeting of May 19th, and so we should re-vote on that item.
Remind me of that. What was that?
That was a very quick meeting, as I recall.
Oh, that was that 5-minute meeting? Okay, then I withdraw my vote.
Should we re-vote? Or? Everybody just re-vote, please. And you would abstain.
Thank you for pointing that out.
Hit abstain if you, there we go. Thank you. All right, moving on. Informational reports, superintendent's report.
Thank you, Mr. Shield. We have a couple of items tonight. We want to begin with an update on the state budget. Since we last met in June, the governor signed into law a new budget that has generated a lot of interest in terms of funding for K-12 education, as well as a lot of other important public programs in the state of California. But with regards to the funding for K-12, there have been almost as many interpretations as there are interested parties taking a look at that agenda. This morning, Deputy Superintendent Scott Patterson and I attended a school services workshop here in San Diego, and have gotten the latest interpretations and updates. We want to share that with the board this evening as the start of my report.
Well, it's difficult to summarize 4 hours of presentation into 2 slides, but we'll try to hit the highlights here, or at least the major points of discussion. The first that's very apparent is that the state budget that was adopted actually underfunds Proposition 98 without a 2/3 vote suspension. In other words, for Proposition 98 to be officially suspended, it requires a 2/3 vote of the legislature. But by moving some dollars and scope out of the Proposition 98 bucket, it actually reduced Prop 98 by about $1 billion, which is a couple percent. On a majority vote. So it begs the question now, is Proposition 98, which was originally adopted to protect and sustain and to guarantee a level of funding for education, is it becoming irrelevant? If it's that easy to move those dollars around, we might not hang our hat anymore on Proposition 98 delivering X number of dollars each year to the state budget and to education. The second thing is that it really guts AB 1200. AB 1200, and by the way, COE stands for County Office of Education throughout the state. AB 1200 is the state law that gives them the authority to oversee and render judgment on district budgets. But this AB 114 that was signed by the governor, which was the main budget bill, actually mandated the way in which county offices are to review state or district budgets to the point where there's very little discretion in doing so. So that the state budget actually mandated how districts were to provide their budget. Now, having said that, AB 114 does mandate flat funding assumption, and this is the one that has caused quite a bit of controversy. But what does that mean? It does not, we got the clarification this morning, it does not require school district budget revision or restoration if that budget was already based on the assumption of flat funding. You may recall that we did make that assumption, so we are not required to go back and amend our budgets. Having said that, school districts that assumed a cut in funding by virtue of the fact that AB 114 was passed, they do have to go back and change their budgets and add that revenue back in, and they may be required to restore certain cuts that were made commensurate with that. We, however, did assume flat funding, and so we are not required to move forward in that direction.
Scott, I have a question. It's not about that. It's about the GUTS AB 1200. As I'm sitting here thinking about that, GUTS it, how? Do we still not report to them? Does our reports go straight to the state, and the state has jurisdiction over that tier of oversight?
Yeah, guts was a word I picked up from the presentation this morning, and it may be a little strong, but essentially it does mandate to the county office how they are to review the budgets. I'll give you an example. You know that we always look at the current year plus 2, so the 3-year multi-year horizon. AB 114 requires county offices to only look at the current year for purposes of financial viability and does not look at what is projected to happen in the years 2 or 3. There's the concept, just as there is in business, in school districts, of going concern. And that's part of the responsibility of county offices, to look at school district budgets to see if it does, in fact, represent a financial picture that sustains a going concern. So, again, in this case, it's requiring county offices to only look at the current year and to mandate the flat funding assumption. So that's where that word guts comes from. Yeah. Okay, moving on. Here's the excerpt from the Governor Brown's signing message, which is a further attempt to try to clarify what it meant when they signed 114. In fashioning their local budgets, school boards may nevertheless need to make reductions due to cost increases, loss of federal funds, enrollment declines, or other factors. AB 114 does not interfere with these local school board decisions. School boards should take all reasonable steps to balance their budgets and to maintain positive cash balances. That's in fact what we did. We made cuts to get down to the level of flat funding, and in fact, we're using some of our reserves. So even flat funding doesn't sustain our expenditure side. So again, further clarification on what that all meant. Flat funding, we've talked quite a bit about that. Back when we first started talking about it, it was based on the idea that there would be a tax extension approval. Well, we all know that didn't happen, and that's not currently in the cards. Flat funding is now based on what I'd call natural revenue growth. In other words, the assumption that revenues without taxes will continue to grow due to a growing economy. We all hope that happens. It does establish automatic spending reductions as of January 1, 2012 if revenues are below projections by, and there's a tiering there. So what that means is the Director of Finance is to report as of December 15th, 2011 to the legislature and to the governor what the projection of revenues is as of the end of the year. If it's a less than $1 billion change down, no change is going to be required. No cuts will be made to any elements of the state budget. If it's $1 billion or $2 billion below projections, there will be reductions to non-K-12. If it's more than $2 billion and up, we could see up to a 4% cut to our funding mid-year. If that full 4% cut happens, that'll translate to about $300 per ADA, which is kind of where we were planning before we went back to the flat funding. That would mean a $5.6 million hit to us in operational funding. The last point that they made is, given that we have been mandated to what funding level we are required to assume, and given that it's possible that if revenues don't come in, we will see mid-year cuts, the strong advice that we received this morning is consider initiating negotiations with the bargaining units to provide for the contingency of cuts happening later on. And one of the provisions in the state budget was if mid-year cuts do occur, school districts would have the authority to reduce their school year by up to 7 additional days on top of the 5 that were already authorized. So conceivably, districts could be looking at a 12-year cut in their 12-day cut, thank you, in the year in which we're in. So that's kind of the major talking points of this morning, and hopefully that tries to bring a little clarification to the issues that have been swirling around.
Quick. Just for my own clarification understanding, I'm going to probably oversimplify, and I apologize if I make you uncomfortable with this, but what I hear you saying is flat funding is roughly $6,000 ADA, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So school districts are mandated to develop their budget at $6,000, but there could be cuts, but they're still mandated to keep a certain spending level under the assumption that there won't be cuts. That was very awkwardly stated. In other words, the state is saying, you're not allowed to consider cuts, but we have the right to impose cuts, and it's your problem to solve them later. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Patterson, wasn't there that special little bill that says, that got passed and signed, which says, well, and by the way, you can't lay off any teachers?
The provision that was included in AB 114 was it did not allow a contingency layoff window in August. The provision in the state budget or the state law that's been there for some time is if a if a state budget is adopted by in time, and it does not bring at least a 2% increase in funding to school districts, a layoff window is open to be effective no later than August 15th. Generally, that's not even in operation because we've seen very late budgets, but because of the new provisions of the state budget and the fact we got an on-time one and it did not deliver a 2% increase, we, absent AB 114, we and every other school district may have had the ability to implement a layoff by August 15th. But that option was eliminated in the AB 114 signing.
So the short answer is that we cannot lay off any teachers if we need to cut $5.6 million.
Correct. Yeah, the next opportunity would be July 1 of 2012.
Thank
My frustration is that every time they come up with a solution, we find out it's smoke and mirrors. That there's another way that they defund us, cut our funds, find another way to divert the funding from education. And then we're supposed to make it right.
I share your frustration. The other thing to note is that that measurement that occurs in December, again, you remember if we are $2 billion, which is about 2%, $2 billion below at the state level the funding projection, then mid-year cuts would be implemented. The month of June is in the books now for the state, and they were running 2.2% less short of the revenue projection. So if that trend were to continue, we would be looking at mid-year cuts.
You know, I can identify how these people feel. They feel like their chain has been pulled and they've been made promises, and we're experiencing the same thing as a board.
Right.
Any other questions? Moving on to other items in the superintendent's report. Just a quick comment. We have directed Steve Sonic to reach out to our employee groups to set up a session as soon as possible in the next couple of weeks to begin this dialogue and to try to. We have had some good news in terms of the number of people that have been able to be brought back from layoffs. And I don't know, Steve, if you're prepared to comment on that real quickly.
We have been fortunate with attrition, if you can call attrition fortunate. But in this set of circumstances, it certainly is, in that we're able to bring people back into positions after we've been able to reduce our staffing levels. And so any further attrition, we're able to bring back individuals that had otherwise been laid off. We laid off 36 probationary teachers. At this point, we've had 34 retirements, and we've been able to bring back 30 of the 36 people. It's 30 of the 36 people that were laid off have been able to be brought back into positions based on attrition.
Thank you. And we look forward to sitting down with our employee groups to begin discussions on the full implications of AB 114 and moving forward for the beginning of the next school year. I believe most of the board members are aware, just a quick update on something that it was a week ago today, that the United States Army had extended an invitation to your superintendent to join the Golden Knights parachute team and to skydive with them. And well, I turned 56 yesterday, and I'm glad to say that I was able to do that. I was really nervous about doing it. It was quite an experience. I jumped out of a perfectly good airplane at 13,000 feet and did some free falling with a young man from the U.S. Army named Matt, who'd done it 4,500 times before. And I thought I looked like Mighty Mouse in that shot, but you can't see, fortunately, because of the distance most of you are from the screen, is the way my face is being pulled back around to the back of my head. We were falling 120 miles per hour for about a mile, which goes by as quickly at that speed. But it was, and I was having a great time until I looked and saw this view and realized how far we had yet to go. But it was, it's really it was an opportunity that was extended to me because of the support that this district provides the U.S. Army in terms of our ROTC programs on some of our campuses and the tremendous involvement we have of students from our various campuses in that program. So they. Is there a reason there's no sound? There's video available, and I would just tell you that they did interview me in the airplane at about halfway up. We were at 6,500 feet looking out the window, and I was getting very nervous, and I tried to smile, and I looked at that and I said, so that's what my fake smile looks like. But I did make the jump, and I did go for it and survived it, and it was a great experience. Thank you very much. I want to also present tonight for your first chance to see the finished product, if you will, of a strategic plan. I think some copies were made available as well somewhere on a table here tonight of at least a 4-page version of this rather extensive document. as we were discussing earlier this evening, that we really want to have a way to sort of measure the progress of our district, and I think the best way to do that, of course, is to focus our efforts and to have a very, very clear strategic plan for how we move forward. I'm not going to go through the entire thing tonight, but just a few highlights, if you don't mind, and kind of the concepts that went into the planning process of this plan. This graphic appears a few different times in this presentation, and I try to just point out the concepts that it demonstrates. First of all, the key word there is the vision. And if you remember at the beginning of this meeting, Nick read the district's vision statement, which this board adopted a few years ago. And I think it struck me. Now I've been here a year. To see that done every month when we sit down as a board and conduct business to revisit that vision statement and the things that this district has stood up for and says that it's dedicated to doing will be a guiding factor. We shared this plan in draft form with our principals and assistant principals back on June 28th and 29th. We had a 2-day PLC session together and looked at the artifacts, if you will, of this district and the things that should shape the things that we do in the work that we're trying to accomplish. There's a letter from the superintendent that sort of explains the key pieces, and I would just pulled out a couple of paragraphs, and the one in the upper left is the key one, really. It's a plan to align that vision and our foundational goals and objectives. Another item that is included in the board's packet every week, but sometimes goes unnoticed by folks on the campuses, and we talked with the principals and assistant principals and trying to get that back to life and talking about it, and then sort of focusing the work through some critical focus areas. So those ingredients around the outer ring, if you will, beside vision, are the curriculum instruction, equity and access, collaborative learning, and community engagement. Those are the things that make up those foundational goals and objectives that this board adopted the same year the vision statement was adopted. And you can look through the content of each one of them, but they really were well crafted, and they really do define the work that we want to try to accomplish as we move forward. The commitment to high-quality learning for all students is a guiding principle for all decisions. And the equity and access talks about all students having access to a high-quality, supportive educational experience. The collaborative learning environment for staff contributing to collaborative teams and mutually supportive and trusting environment. And then the community engagement piece, valuing the importance of collaborative relationships with our extended community. The inner circle, the yellow-colored, golden-colored portion of the graphic, are 5 critical focus areas that we will use to kind of focus our work and concentrate our efforts. And they are, as you can see there, again, at the center of everything we decide as our students as a priority. The quality instruction that we want to support our teachers and that our teachers will provide to our students, educational technology, making sure that our kids are being given the skills and skill sets they need to be successful in the 21st century, building partnerships with our surrounding community, and the wellness of our students and our staff, and making sure that our facilities are available for the benefit of the overall health and well-being of our communities. The inner circle then are the targets for 2012, and the things that we want to see that we're moving forward on, the things that are happening and that we're moving. We actually have some very specific things, and if you look in the last several pages of the document, the full document that the board has in front of them, and there are a few samples of these pulled out in the 4-page brochure version as well, you will see some of them alluded to there as well. Providing every student with rigorous and meaningful learning experiences that promote the development of skills and knowledge needed for success. And there's 4 very specific things there. We're going to look for increased UC A to G completion rates, increased A and B rates in all courses, increased graduation rates, and increased completion of CTE pathways. All of that data will be collected as we go through the year. One of our plans, and if with the board's blessing as we move through the school year, would be to schedule something at the midpoint of the school year where you would receive an update on the degree to which each of these goals have been accomplished, and the data would be collected by the campuses and presented to you by the principals. Next, to develop a plan for additional learning options that support the unique needs and interests of our community. And maybe the first bullet there is the most interesting one in terms of we plan to bring a recommendation to the board for expanded online learning options by next January. We have a committee that began work about a month ago on seriously identifying options and things to take into consideration in terms of where we want to go next in terms of our online presence as a high school district and as a service to our kids. In addition to that, we want to use that technology and that online learning to increase the number of kids who feel connected to our schools and retain students who live in our district but currently are seeking education elsewhere. We want to improve student literacy in all content areas with a focus on students who will effectively access and respond to the curriculum. And we want to look for increasing our proficiency rates in Casey. One of the driving forces is to see more. We have seen some improvement just in the preliminary results on the Casey. We're anxiously awaiting in the next few weeks to get our CST results back and see how our students are performing in those areas. And not just our top students, but all of our students, all across the spectrum. We want to provide a well-defined curriculum for all English learner students with effective support for student success. We've had a dramatic increase in the number of students in our district for whom English is a second language, and we want to see that we are giving them the support they need so that they can more successfully achieve all of their learning goals, especially those goals in which they are measured on an English language standardized assessment. And then lastly, provide a well-defined curriculum for all of our special education students with effective support for student success and increasing the proficiency rate and the performance of all of our students in our special ed program. Then there are just a few things to mention real quickly, and if you page through the back part of the book, you'll see our commitment to our professional learning communities. There are 5 different specific items listed under that. You can go on and see the literacy commitment in much more detail in those last pages. Some discussion about common curriculum and assessment. We have a challenge in our district to try to move to where courses have more common offerings in terms of that English 1 is English 1 and U.S. history is U.S. history, and that we are able to make sure that our students are receiving standards-based curriculum on all campuses from all teachers, and that we have a way to assess the effectiveness of those classes and the learning that is occurring in them. I mentioned the online learning already. And educational technology. We're very interested in fact, we have some pilot programs popping up in the district this fall, where some of our teachers are going to be doing some things with wireless access in their classrooms using other kinds of devices other than just the desktop or laptop computer, but providing kids access to the web in a lot of different ways. We want to continue our commitment to, let's see, did I skip a page? I think I might have skipped something there. Oh, there it is. The career technical education. Career technical education is one of the things that we know there's a lot of interest in our community, and I feel there's a real educational expectation that we provide rigorous and valuable career technical education opportunities for students. It is one of the things we'll be talking a lot about just in the very next few months, and I hope to bring some information to the board about there has often been, in fact, you might have heard some comments tonight, that the only measure of academic success is the percentage of kids going to colleges and universities. When, in fact, in the 21st century and in this country right now, there is a lot of value being placed on technical skills and technical skill development, and that it is not that one is academically rigorous and the other isn't. All of it is academically rigorous, but all of it is not destined for a 4-year liberal arts university or college. There are a lot of other things that will make kids, our graduates, go on and become marketable in a 21st century economy, which is a worldwide economy, and there are far more opportunities in those areas of technical skills than there might have been just, say, 10 years ago. And so our commitment to career tech ed is going to continue to expand, and we think that we will continue to see more students benefit from that movement. There are items on English learners, the educational supports. You know that our district is recognized nationally for some of the things we do in terms of educational support, and we have some of those programs coming up for review and possible expansion, so we'll be gathering a lot of data in terms of the impact of Project LEAD and things like that. Our special education program is of high importance to us. We're going to be looking at our Organization for Learning. You'll hear in just a few minutes the report from our Boundary Committee. And the board is going to be asked to consider a number of recommendations that would be designed to sort of reorganize our district and the way we distribute students among our schools, and the effect that might have on program support and consistency across the district, and continuing our vigilance with Propositions H and U and the various building programs we have going on all of our campuses, and the consideration of the 12th high school. And then there are a number of other items: specialized programs, adult school, student employee wellness, and parent involvement. And each one of them will will be collecting information for the board and hopefully providing a mid-year report in January. And then, of course, we'll culminate about a year from now and see how successful we were in achieving all of these particular plan items. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Well, just to bring out Superintendent Swenson, that we also remain very committed to college prep, especially to STEM, which is science, engineering, technology, math, probably not in that order. But we're really interested in getting students so that they can go to college and they can get those degrees, and that we're getting the technology so that they have the educational technology.
Absolutely.
And that is changing so fast. Like just a few years ago, we were trying to get all the high schools wired up, and now we realize it's wireless.
Yeah,
and so we always want to make sure that we don't get stuck in last year's technology, but that we're always current. And I appreciate the leadership that you're showing in all this. Thank you,
Gary.
Thank you for this, for the staff and everybody who contributed to this, Superintendent. What's nice about this, it's really condensed from the last one we had, and it's really user-friendly.
Hope so.
No, it really is.
If I could interrupt for just I really want to thank Alan Grulick from our assessment and data division, and he's really the one who takes the ideas and gets them on paper for us in a way that is very consumable and very understandable, and he does fabulous work. And Cindy Douglas and Mike Lewis and a lot of folks from Ed Services had a lot to do with this thing, and they really do deserve that credit.
Good call. I have a question, though, as it relates to the recommendations that this board adopted in February. There's 2 bullet points that referred to. One was complete revision of the strategic plan, which is what we met tonight.
Correct.
And the other one is develop strategies to increase enrollment across the district. So I was just wondering, in this, is there a recruiting aspect in any of this?
The primary piece here is the online learning piece.
It is the online.
That's the first main strategic approach to try to do that. Is to one of the things that we've discovered is taking a look at we believe we have several hundred students who live in our attendance area who have chosen to attend online charter schools outside of our district, and that number is because they don't have an option here. We want to try to develop an option for them. We want to try to enhance the learning options for the kids in our regular campuses and classrooms. We want to give teachers tools they can use to give kids access to things we might not otherwise be able to offer. So we think that the online learning thing can support a lot of what we're already doing. And one of the things that you will read when you read the detail on that is our commitment is to always going with a blended model. I don't think there's any version of online learning that is going to be successful unless there's still the regular interaction with the certified teacher and that huge piece of the relationship that occurs between teacher and student.
And I was going to comment on that. That was a piece of our conversation we had at our Supporting Education Economic Development. As we've had these ongoing conversations, is that blended model. Is there a way, and I know Alan might be able to work with Vince somehow, there's got to be a number that we can project, or I mean it's probably out there and you can't grab a hold of it. This is a recruiting method.
Sure.
Can we assign
a goal?
A goal? Or what
I think,
that
well,
might
I would be able to answer that better once the committee has had a chance to more clearly define what it is they're going to be recommending as a model. We want to have, I believe they've had 2 meetings. We've invited Board Member Wood to attend one of those and see if Gary can contribute some of his expertise to the dialogue. But by the end of this first semester, we're going to come to you with some recommendations, and at that time we'll be able to give you a pretty good sense of what we think the impact might be, depending on the model that is recommended. But we do believe, I mean, Lucia Washburn shared a number with me last year that was like, there were about 400 kids that she thought had left the district for that kind of an alternative, and our goal is to try to get back every student that lives in our attendance area.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm also so passionate about the online because it allows students to learn at their own pace with multiple intelligences, and it adapts to their learning styles. Because children learn in different ways, and when we try to teach them just in batches, we don't do right with them. But the online technologies in the blended model allows us to meet the individual needs of each student. And that's why I like seeing that in your strategic plan.
We're also anxious to see there's legislation making its way through Sacramento that would level the playing field a little bit with charters in terms of the per pupil funding for online. Right now, charter schools receive regular ADA for that, and comprehensive K-12 schools that are non-charter do not. And that has really impeded the potential of that option. But indications that we're receiving from our sources in Sacramento is that it is proceeding with a lot of support from both parties.
Yes, and the other thing I think needs to be brought out is that many of our comprehensive schools are doing better than the charter schools in our area. And so sometimes we give a bad rap to public education that it doesn't deserve.
I was just looking at that. I urge everyone to go look at the CDE website and check out our test scores as a district across our schools. There's a lot of misperceptions, some of which we've heard this evening.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the Student Board Representative Board Report. Nick Smith.
Hopefully, most of the students at Grosse Pointe Union High School District are in the sun or not indoors too much. Although I would like, from me, there's not too much to report as far as from any executive council meeting. I would like to give a preliminary view, also known as a heads up, to the board, though. Part of my campaign promise was to encourage the enactment of a student voice and participation program on each campus. Valhalla has run a program like this for the past 2 years. This last year, we had students vote on the issues they would like to see addressed by their student government, and that issue was traffic, the traffic issues at Valhalla. So our student government produced a committee who sat down with the county and Supervisor Jacob to look at some solutions for those for that traffic issue at Valhalla, getting in and out of school safely and also in a timely manner. Sadly, we did not get to enact anything more than a test run of those solutions before the school year ended, but those proposed solutions will also be carried over into the next year to look at and also to enact. So I find that it's a lot easier for students to get behind an issue and really push it through if it comes from their own mouths and their own minds. So that's part of what this program is meant to produce, is a student movement towards something that will help the school, that will be beneficial for the students and the teachers alike. So that's just a kind of preliminary view into what this year may have in store.
That sounds great. I was just at the Hall of Champions a few weeks ago and was judging on public policies brought forward by students, and there's a great program out there. There's already one design that shows you the legal steps to take, what jurisdiction your idea would affect, be it local city council, be it school board, be it state legislation. Excellent, excellent program. And some of those students from elementary all the way to high school did an excellent 3-part board presentation and did a thesis on their ideas that they wanted to make public policy. So I'll get you that information. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. Well, I can't tell you what it is to see if you've ever heard of it, but it was great. So impressive, our students, allowing them the opportunity to look at the issues that they face and confront daily on their campuses and turn that possibly into a policy for the betterment of the school. So a great idea. Good job.
And that concludes the student report.
Thank you. Moving on to report to the governing board regarding propositions H and U status. Katie Wright, the program coordinator.
Good evening, Governing Board, Superintendent. We have quite a bit of work under construction, as I've reported in previous reports. We have no additional new bond funding other than what I reported last month, but we expended approximately a little over $8 million last month, which indicates our high volume of work. So that's, I think, our highest burn rate, if you will, in almost since program inception. The Child Development Center at Grossmont is proceeding well. We had, we call it the Wall of Grossmont or something here, about $200,000 change order that was as a result of some soil issues. But that project is moving ahead and scheduled for a December timeframe. Helix, the 400 and 500 building, we're planning to complete the 400 building for the start of school, and the 500 building will follow later this year. El Cajon Valley on track for November completion. That's the CTE project. Mount Miguel, these two buildings will be completed essentially by the start of school. El Cap, this entire project will be completed in October. The 900 is a swing space. We haven't started that yet, but that will start shortly. The Ag project, moving ahead with the first two phases of it. There's additional phases on that we will be bidding in the next several months or so. Granite, we've got a long ways to go on this project. We're still coming out of the ground on that. We've got the wet utilities in and looking for a September completion next year. That's a 21 classroom, good-sized project. Monte Vista, we're just getting started there. ADA work, library, a couple classroom buildings, so $8 million project sometime in the spring next year. Santana will be finished in August, 200 building in the library. Also did a chiller there. Ongoing work, soils work, exploring the granite and the constraints to grading there on that site. And we started the 3 aquatics projects, so we're just doing the grading work on those 3 campuses, one at Granite, West Hills, and Steele. I won't read for you, but we have still a number of projects in design and in DSA, so we're continuing the momentum. In terms of our cash flow rate, we're doing a lot of analysis to make sure we don't overcommit projects and outrun our available cash, as you would expect. And about annually or so, I update you on our DSA closeout. You might recall these are projects that had been completed but not closed out with DSA, which had some liability for the district. We started out with 178. We're down to 25. We're working our way through those. 8 of those are at DSA. So just to let you know, we're still tracking that diligently and making great progress on it. Lastly, with new construction, new classroom buildings, we're starting to go with some of these online views so you can track progress. This is the one for Granite, anybody's interested. We also have one at the Child Development Center in any new buildings. So this will be something we'll keep updated on. And I did just want to make a brief comment on Helix. We are rebidding that work. We, after careful consideration and extensive analysis, we elected to put that back out to bid because the bids that came in, there was very poor coverage in many trades, one bidder and a couple of different trades, and the gap between our estimates and the bids that came in exceeded $1 million. So when you've got that kind of a spread, it just is only reasonable. And we understand we exercise the community, but in terms of the project and ultimately the kind of projects we can complete at that campus, that spread warrants that we attempt to get a better bid result. So I just want to make that, and I appreciate your consideration of that. And that concludes my report. Yes, sir.
But I know that the Viking Center Work Training Center has been just going on for years and years and years and years. And the plans, keep changing. And now there's a talk about having, instead of remodeling both buildings, just tear them both down and just build one on one side or the other. I was hoping that maybe at some point I'm going to have a presentation to the board that shows the pros and cons of building that one building at Viking versus Work Training Center.
Okay.
So the board can have some input into that. Thank you.
Sure.
Then I have a question. In addition to El Capitan and El Cajon, El Cajon Valley, which high schools have new science buildings?
We completed last year 8 new science buildings.
So virtually all the campuses now have that.
Correct. And those are all completed.
That is awesome.
Yes.
Because I've gone through many of them, and It's just fantastic the way we have the technology with the PowerPoint, the screens, and everything. Thank you.
So our site plans for Alpine Building are in DSA, I see.
The site plans are in
Great.
DSA.
From our bond subcommittee, you handed us the timeline, and I know it's not in your package, but are we pretty much still on time?
Yes, we are.
Okay. And so on site, the bid awards would be around September, October?
Correct.
Okay. Do you start putting that process together somewhere? I mean, how do you, kind of the process of your bid package, not just relative to this, but all of them, when you know what's coming out of DSA, you've been working on it, can you start looking at the subs or getting an idea of what that's going to look like, especially if it's a lease-back scenario?
A minimum 30 to 60 days in advance of that, we would start to develop the bid packages with, in this case, Erickson Hall, a lease-back contractor, decide what size packages and what configurations made the most sense, and then we would start informing the bidding community to generate interest. We probably have, once the packages were prepared, we would have pre-construction or pre-bid walks and to inform the community what it was and how we wanted the packages.
Great.
So yes, we would.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see, monthly report to the governing board by chairperson of the Proposition H and U Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. I know Alana Levins-Craig is out of the country right now, correct? So that report will be given by Deputy Superintendent Scott Patterson.
Yes, thank you. Alana sends her apologies. She is out of the country, as is the vice chair, Penny Hallgren. So she asked me to read her report. It's very short, a few sentences. The CBOC is going dark in July, but we'll be meeting again in August. At that time, we will be welcoming our new member from the AIA. We are focusing mainly on deferred maintenance and the Work Training Center project and proposals. We received an analysis from our consultant regarding essential and non-essential deferred maintenance projects, focusing on 2 specific sites as examples. At the September Governing Board meeting, staff will be presenting their deferred maintenance plan, and CBOC will be commenting on that plan. End of report.
I don't know if there's anybody in the audience from the CBOC to hear the boundary committee's report. Will the CBOC have a chance to look at the boundary committee's report too? And it may not be in their purview. I'm just wondering if they'll have an opportunity to kind of look at that.
Yeah, we will certainly make that available to them for their review, yeah.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you, Scott. The next report will be the quarterly report on the governing board's district legal cost. Scott?
Yes. You have before you the third quarter legal cost report for this fiscal year. It represents $147,000 in total expenditures. That's 14.5% below the level from last year at this time. On a cumulative year-to-date basis, we're 9% below where we were last year through 3 quarters. And I can tell you that based on having seen the bills through the last quarter that we just haven't reported on yet, we will end the year below the prior year in terms of total legal costs, which will be the second year in a row for which we've improved our performance on reducing legal costs.
Thank you, Scott. Any questions?
No questions, President Hoy.
You know, I don't know if this correlates, but it's been a great opportunity for the board to see our legal costs in a quarterly manner and not be shocked at the end of the year, if you will, or or have to hunt through the financial reports to see that. So I think that's a good move, and I don't know if that's helping to keep costs down, because it's actually something that we're looking at and monitoring as a board on a quarterly basis. So thank you.
Okay, report to the governing board regarding boundary committee recommendations, and I invite Chairperson Doug Dean up to the microphone.
Good evening. I just wanted to mention that Ilana is out of the country. She's on the Chamber of Commerce Peru tour, and I hope that some of the trustees and members of our audience will join the Chamber next year in what is always a fantastic tour. We're here tonight to give the district our final recommendations concerning the attendance boundaries for the 9 comprehensive high schools and for HS-12 if it's built. We're also going to be presenting our recommendations for open enrollment capacity limits for each of the high schools. Vince O'Hara, our district-provided demographer, will be giving the bulk of the public presentation, and there's an accompanying report that contains more detail, which I believe you have in front of you. Before we begin that presentation, I'd just like to say a few things. First of all, I'd like to thank Vince for his tireless work and for his objective and thoughtful analyses of all of the issues. He was invaluable. I appreciate that, Vince. I'd also like to thank Gary Schwartzwald for his wisdom and his guidance. Without his participation, our work would not have been nearly as efficient or productive. So thanks very much, Gary. And lastly, I'd like to thank Tracy McDonald for her great work in helping us interface with the public. So, thank you, Tracy. I have only one disappointment concerning our recommendations. You're going to see that the Model 9 boundaries, which are recommended for use if HS-12 is not built, cause transportation costs to increase. We project that there will be 24% more students who are eligible for district transportation under the new boundaries, but the cost increase may not be quite as high as that. The Transportation Department was not available to assist us with our analysis. The costs have increased because in the process of leveling the attendance between schools, we've had to extend some of the boundaries past the walking distances. We believe that this is an acceptable trade-off because leveling the attendance will allow all schools to offer a rich array of educational programs and extracurricular activities. It will also solve overcrowding problems in the district's most highly attended schools. Despite this increase in transportation costs, we sincerely hope that the trustees will adopt our boundary recommendations. I'd like to ask Vince O'Hara to give our presentation at this time. Both Vince and I will be available for questions during and after the presentation. Vince.
Good evening. I'm going to be presenting the bulk of the report, as Doug said. I'll be showing you the 2 boundary models that we've come up with, a list of some of the issues that are facing the district, some of the work that we've done on special reports, and finally a list of our recommendations. In overview, the Boundary Committee is established to address district-wide issues, and I think the superintendent referred to these in his talk. Potential construction of a new high school, demographic shifts in student populations over the last 10 years, and for an example, the population of El Cajon Valley has gone up by 26% over that period, while just to the north, Santana High School has declined by 24%. These changes, along with open enrollment practices, have resulted in disparities in student enrollment. We have a situation where Granite Hills High School has 2,700 students, and Santana has 1,500, a difference of 1,248 students. And finally, there's a need to adapt to the charter situation. The process involved forming a committee with representatives from each school, from the community, and from district administration. It was chaired by community leader Doug Dean. I was the district-provided demographer. I supplied and analyzed the internal and external data, internal data being primarily student data files over the last 12 years, external data being CBEDS, being the local planning agency SANDAG data, and census data from U.S. Census Bureau. The committee considered the full range of options open to it, consistent with its mission. The mission statement of the committee, I'd like to read just the first paragraph if I could. In recognizing that school attendance areas are the primary determinant of where a student attends school, and that they're an important factor in the school planning process and in the administration process. The mission of the committee was to reformulate the attendance areas to include boundaries for a 12th high school in Alpine if the decision is made to construct that school. There were certain principles that guided the committee's activities. These included safety and convenience, diversity, neighborhood integrity, local needs, responsible management, and foresight and flexibility. The goal was to come up with long-lasting and flexible boundaries that will serve the district for many years. A summary, we come up with 2 boundary proposals. One is predicated upon the construction of a 12th high school. One is predicated upon going with 9 comprehensive high schools only. The committee has also formulated recommendations regarding school capacity and the district's open enrollment policy. And one thing that I'd like to note is that the committee's final recommendations were unanimous with just 1 abstention. I'm going to start off with Boundary Model 9. That's our working name for the proposal for the recommendation that has 9 comprehensive high schools. This is assuming that High School 12 is not constructed. This model eliminates charter boundaries. It has 14 transition areas. A transition area is defined as an area which is moving from one high school to another high school. There are 2,828 students residing within these 14 transition areas, out of a total of 18,000 plus comprehensive students considered. The disparity from the highest to the lowest attended school goes from 1,248 currently, or the last completed school year, down to a projected 450 students. As Mr. Dean mentioned, there is a negative transportation impact with 24% more eligible riders estimated, based upon the population greater than 3 miles from the school. This slide shows you an overview of the Model 9 proposal, and I'd like to spend a little bit of time just discussing how to interpret this map. Current boundaries are outlined in thick black lines, so this is the current Steele Canyon boundary right here. In the new boundaries are indicated by shades. This is the Valhalla attendance area, and this is the transition area being appended from Steele Canyon to Valhalla. Looking at another example, you see Monte Vista here in pink, with the darker colors being the transition areas from Steele Canyon and from Grossmont being appended to Monte Vista. Important data is the 2 tables at the bottom here. This provides the current demographics. It's kind of far for me to read, so I'll go from memory here. You have Grossmont with about, I think it's 1,923 current residents in the school year just completed. Attendance about 2,600. Wow. Thanks, Doug. And this last column gives the functional capacity, the current functional capacity, at 85%. Part of the problem that you see here is the disparity in residents, first of all. You have a low at West Hills of about 1,500 and a high at El Cajon Valley of 3,000. So you have one attendance area that has twice as many resident students as another attendance area. The disparity is also present in the enrollment. You see a low of 1,503 at Santana and a high at 2,750 at Granite Hills. Under the new proposal, under the Model 9 proposal, you see that the disparity in residents goes down, the low being, I believe, West Hills with 1,857 and the high being Grossmont with, El Cajon Valley with 2,336. The disparity in enrollment, projected enrollment I might say, is also reduced, going from a low of 1,790 at Santana to a high of 2,204 at Grossmont right here. And the last column gives you the projected functional capacity at 85% after the proposition H&U construction is completed. The next slide gives you a close-up of Model 9 so you can better appreciate the distribution and nature and the demographics of the various transition areas. And I'm going to use one school to kind of represent everything in this discussion. Excuse me. You have Santana High School up here. The area remaining within Santana is shaded light yellow. You have approximately 1,400 students residing in this yellow area. You have 4 transition areas associated with Santana. You have this transition area with 111 students being appended from El Capitan, you see they're on the other side of this black boundary, to Santana. And you have, I believe it's 400 plus students in this transition area being appended from El Cajon Valley up to Santana. One of the demographic trends of the district is the fact that the northern tier of schools, El Capitan, West Hills, and Santana have all experienced population decline. So we have a shortage of residents up here. El Cajon Valley has experienced a large increase, so it's necessary to kind of try to balance things by taking from where the students are and giving them to where the students are not. In that principle, 51 students are being assigned from Santana to West Hills in this area, and this transition area here has 48 students residing right here being assigned from Santana to West Hills. And so if you look at the map, you'll see that this is the methodology used throughout. Okay, moving on. The next boundary model is Model 12. Model 12 postulates the construction of High School 12, has 10 comprehensive high schools. Again, charter boundaries are eliminated. In this model, there are 13 transition areas, down 1, and 2 conditional option areas, which I'll discuss. There are 2,407 students living in the transition areas. That's a reduction of 400 plus. And there are 288 students in the conditional option areas. Again, the disparity is reduced from 1,248 down to 398. And in this situation, we have a positive transportation impact of 2.7% estimated fewer eligible riders. Looking at a map of high school of Model 12, the boundary for the 12th high school is indicated in the reddish color right here. The conditional option areas are Blossom Valley and Harbison Canyon. Other than that, the methodology is identical to what you saw with Model 9. This table here is identical, so I won't even discuss it. And as far as the demographics are concerned, you can see that, again, there's fewer residents because we're dealing with 10 high schools here, not 9. And the spread in the number of residents, again, is pretty tight. We go from a low of 1,809 at West Hills to a high of 2,212 at El Cajon Valley. And as far as attendance is concerned, the low of 1,720 at Santana and a high of 2,116. No, actually, the high is 2,118 at West Hills. The transition areas and population of the transition areas, once again. And I'll just use Santana once again, if I may, as a demonstration of the impact. In this situation, you see that we have just 2 transition areas instead of 4. We have 390, I believe it is, students moving from El Cajon Valley up into Santana, and 51 moving from Santana to West Hills. The other transition areas around Grossmont and Monte Vista are reduced in size. As far as the 2 conditional option areas are concerned, there's 245 comprehensive and non-charter students in Blossom Valley. I think it's 43 in Harbison Canyon. And the condition, of course, is that they can enroll in High School 12 if there's space for them. There were other issues associated with High School 12 that I'd like to discuss. I know these have been brought up to the committee's attention on prior comments, and I'd like to just go over what the committee found in the course of their deliberations and how this whole issue arose. When we were looking at historical attendance and historical residence numbers, we noticed that the number of residents in the Steele Canyon attendance area increased by 400 students in the period of the 2000 school year, or 1999-2000 school year up to 2004-05 school year. It was quite dramatic, quite unexpected, and we wondered, how this could possibly be, how it happened. The committee looked more closely and identified 5 factors which contributed to this growth. Those were natural growth, new development, address borrowing, which is a practice by which somebody uses an address in a different area to establish residency in the desired area, movement from outside the district, and the recruitment of private and charter students. There's a more extensive report that you have before you that gives the methodology and gives you where these numbers came from. For example, we studied students who attended Steele Canyon who had graduated from a private middle school. And we looked at where they lived. We looked at how many private middle school students there were in the area so that we could establish what these trends were. Then the committee wanted to look at high school 12 and see if the same trends might be present in the case of a construction of a high school 12 in Alpine. We decided that natural growth and new development would not contribute any new students to the district. That address borrowing would not contribute any new students to the district. We felt that district policies were pretty tight and that they would probably be applied pretty strictly in this instance. Movement from outside the district, we felt there was a good case applying the experience of Steele Canyon, modeling upon that experience, to expect 10 new students a year coming into the district from outside, be it from Mountain Empire or from wherever. And that would result in a net increase of 40 students over 4 years. As far as private and non-district charter students are concerned, these are students that are not currently in the district. We felt that a good case for 40 students over 4 years or 10 students a year could also be made. Alpine has one of the highest percentages of private school attendance in the district, and this is based upon census data. And we felt that a new high school being built in the area would be very attractive to those students. So the sum of those two factors was 80 students over 4 years, or 20 students a year. As far as the recovery of charter students, if high school 12 is constructed, these are district students who are attending either Helix or Steele Canyon. Excuse me. There are 300 plus students currently at Steele Canyon who reside in Alpine. We feel that if the new high school is built, the majority of these students will elect to attend the new high school. So we see a net recovery there. I think in your report it's identified as 240. But we also looked at the other schools. The fact of the matter is that a lot of students who reside in the Steele Canyon attendance area live a lot closer to Monte Vista or to Mount Helix. Back in the days when we were establishing boundaries for Steele Canyon, one of the concerns was that there were not enough students to populate the school. And so therefore the attendance area was extended down into Spring Valley. And a lot of these students are very far away from Steele Canyon, both geographically and perhaps emotionally. So we went through and we estimated that there could be a possible impact, a possible recovery to the district of these students, including the Alpine students, of between 180 up to possibly 400 students a year. And a lot of that is predicated upon the reaction of the charter schools, how they choose to recruit new students, whether they go after private school students or not, and what their reaction is, and also what policies the district chooses to practice in regards to advertising homeschools when they change boundaries. So there's a lot of variation there, and that's one of the reasons why you have a large range. But the sum of the two factors is about 65 students a year is the estimation. Again, this is not a guarantee. This is just an estimation based upon what happened in the case of Steele Canyon, and if the same phenomena happened in the case of high school 12. So I do want to stress that there be no misunderstanding. It is an estimation. Moving on to the committee's recommendations, there are 4 recommendations before you. The first regarding boundaries. The committee recommends the implementation of Model 9 or Model 12, depending upon the decision made regarding the construction of High School 12. Regarding open enrollment, the committee recommends strict enforcement of the district's open enrollment policies, and also that the limits for each of the district's comprehensive high schools be recalculated at the start of every school year in order to maintain relativity between the schools in the case that there are large demographic shifts or large reductions or increases in student population. We also recommend that these limits not apply to any high school having an enrollment of less than 1,200 kids. As far as school capacity is concerned, the Boundary Committee recommends that the target enrollment for each of the district's comprehensive high schools be set at 85% of the future functional capacity, and this is based upon the build-out of Propositions H and U as already previously discussed. And finally, implementation. Under both models, the committee recommends a relatively quick implementation. 2012-13 school year, regardless of whether or not high school 12 is constructed, or regardless of what the opening date of that high school is. The committee recommends that high school 12, if constructed, be ramped up year by year. In other words, starts with 9th grade, second year, 9th and 10th grade, etc. And finally, that no student attending a comprehensive high school be required to attend a different school as a result of boundary changes. In other words, all students are grandfathered into the school that they're currently attending. So finally, to summarize, the committee sees 6 issues facing the board: whether or not to construct high school 12, the question of declining enrollment, the policy on school capacity, the policy on open enrollment, the phase-in period for new boundaries, and when to implement the new boundaries. And that concludes the committee's report. If there are any questions, Doug and I would be happy to entertain them.
I guess I'll come up with the first question. So the goal is for each of the existing schools to have 2,000 students. Is that so that we would be able to offer a complete range of instructional programs, or why was that number chosen?
It's driven by the functional capacity, yes,
of the current buildings.
No, it's driven by the future capacity, the capacity that will be established after the bond money has been spent.
Okay.
So we're shooting for the future in this, not for what.
And so that's why the 2,000 is a goal for each of the existing ones.
Well, that 2,000 is not necessarily a goal. It's 85% of whatever the functional capacity is, and the capacity is driven by classrooms and by other issues like that will be present on the campus.
Okay. And then the other number was 1,200 students, and you were saying that you wanted all open enrollment limits to be lifted so that schools that were under that number would be able to achieve that number?
Well, we don't want high school 12 to be subjected to this in the beginning.
Okay.
And also we talked about that number some, and originally it was set at a higher figure, but we don't want, in a worst case scenario where one of the schools suddenly loses a lot of students for whatever reason, and we've seen that in the past, we don't want them to be subjected to some sort of arbitrary,
an implosion.
Yeah, arbitrary limit.
I'd like to add
Sure.
a couple of things. The reason that we tried to level the attendance numbers at each of the schools is to allow each of the schools to offer a wide and diverse array of educational programs. It's very difficult for a school with 1,500 students to offer the same kinds of advanced placement courses, to field the same kinds of competitive sports teams, even though Santana does a heck of a job, as a school with 2,800 students. And so we felt that it was in the best interest of all of the district students to try to level the populations and also to reduce overcrowding at some of the more heavily populated schools.
Including the parking problems and everything else that go with that. Yeah. Thank you.
No parking garages.
The eliminating the charter boundaries, is there any conjecture that that might also lead to an increased enrollment in the district?
That's in your study. We went through area by area. We looked at the number of students residing in each of the areas currently assigned to the charters. We made projections on how many of the students coming in might be willing to attend a district school rather than the charter school, area by area, and that's all spelled out in that other report. Yes, and it's pretty thorough in the methodology that we adopted for that. So, yes, it is.
There will be some sort of increase.
We project there will be an increase. Yes,
okay.
And we think that increase could be relatively small or relatively large, and a lot of that depends on. Comments were made here about how the schools are outperforming the charters and how that's contrary to public opinion or contrary to public perception. Right. And so how those perceptions are addressed in the future will impact that.
You estimate a negative transportation impact of 24% more eligible under this first case. Do we have any figures as to what percent of eligible bus riders, if you will, or transportation users actually use it? What I'm getting at is I think juniors and seniors somehow con their folks into cars and drive themselves.
Yes. The short answer to your question is no, that we don't have that information. But the attempts that we had at soliciting information from the Transportation Department, they were very busy at the time, and so they weren't really able to help us with a lot of detail. What I will tell you is that we estimate a 24.5% increase in the number of eligible riders. That is very likely not going to translate into a 24.5% cost increase. I suspect it will be significantly less than that, but I couldn't project what it might be unless we had help from the Transportation Department.
Right. The buses might not be full now.
Right.
So
exactly.
So now on the model high school 12 issues, students, I tried to follow this, and you just have to forgive me. I'm old. We got 80 students here, and 160 students there, and 180 here, and 45. Can you give me a number? Doesn't have to be it can be a range, low to high, of at the end of 4 years with a new high school, how many you project new to the district students? Because you kind of broke it out here.
260.
Okay.
By new to the district, you mean you're also including Steel Canyon?
Steel Canyon, absolutely.
New revenues to the district.
Yeah.
New revenues. Yeah, I'm looking at money.
Yeah, 260 low, and that would be 480 high.
And that would phase in by your projection over 4 years.
Over 4 years, yeah. That's what you achieve after 4 years.
May I add something?
Please.
We've recently been asked if the ramping up would be more favorable if we started all 4 years at the same time at HS-12 instead of ramping it up 1 year at a time. And the answer is that there might be an improvement, but it's very difficult to pull students who are now 10th graders and pull them out of their existing school at Granite or Steel Canyon and tell them that they have to go to HS-12. And so we don't think that it would make a significant impact, but we do believe that by the years 15, 16, that with HS-12 there would be a complete recovery of district attendance from the dip that you're now currently experiencing.
Based upon those projections.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, and then another question. But remember, I'm old and I may lose it.
Okay, that's true. Never mind.
I think I just did. No, the number, we've been passed, they've passed out a number of these charts on our declining enrollment with, and I assume that, I mean, I read and looked through this, but I haven't memorized it yet. That is in here, correct? In this document?
Well, what you have in the report is on page 13, you have a chart that represents, in essence, the trigger calculation. So it's this chart represents the populations at the current 11 comprehensive high schools, including the 2 charter schools. Now, and this shows that district attendance, if you want to call it that, will not come back to its current level by the year 2014-2015. There's a second chart that's been included, this one, that shows on the blue bars represent the attendance figures for the 9 comprehensives only that contribute to district revenues. And the red bar to the right of it shows how that would differ if HS-12 was built, and it includes the student recovery that we were just describing. Now, I want to say something, and that is that if this chart was extended to the 15-16 school year, it would show that in both scenarios, with just the 9 comprehensives or the 9 comprehensives plus HS-12, the district would have recovered all of its attendance that had dipped in the intervening years. I don't think that helped, did it?
Well, you know, it helped, except that I'm not sure I know that you said it correctly for my brain. At what point? Let's start with the trigger figure, if you will.
Yes.
Which is 20, whatever it is, 24,230 something.
Yeah.
Okay.
23,245.
Okay. If we do not do anything with a 12th high school, and we extend that out, when would approximately when? And I know the further out you get, the harder it is to project.
Sure.
At what point would we next year we would be below it based on the estimation, correct?
Certainly.
Right now we're above 2. Next year would be below
it would dip in 2013, 2014 to its low.
Okay. At what point will we get back to that trigger figure?
I believe 2017, 2018.
Okay, 2017 or 2018.
Yes.
Okay.
If this graph went for that many years, you would see that.
Okay. If we just look at the enrollment non-charter and we assume that the 18,711, which is this year, right?
Yes.
Is 1 over the trigger for prorated. You with me?
Yes.
If you prorated the trigger, it's about at the trigger is what it is. Okay. If we don't build the high school, when would we get back to that number for those 9 high schools?
2016, 2017. 1 year earlier.
1 year earlier.
Yes.
Okay.
If you don't build a high school.
If we do build a high school, we will get there when?
1 year earlier than that. 2015, 2016. And
based on phased in.
Yes, based on it being phased in. In essence, district enrollment would come back to about 100 students more than current levels in the last year that HS-12 would be phased in. So in its 4th year of operation, district enrollment would have come back to about 100 students more than its current level.
Finished.
This might take all of your 30 minutes. First of all, I want to tell you that thank you for taping the meetings because I think it's important that the board, and I don't know if the rest of the board members saw the meetings, but it's important to see the interaction, the discussions that went on, the intense peeling back the onion, if you will. What a monumental task. When we talk about the transition area, I mean, I learned so much terminology. Dime grids, didn't you all? Dime grids, transitional areas, yada, yada, yada. So
we didn't even mention dime grids tonight.
no, but you did in the DVDs I have of the meetings. So I'm kind of up on that a little bit.
That's good.
Doesn't mean I have a handle on this. So I'm going to kind of go backwards through this. No, I'll start at the top. Never mind. When we talk about Harbison Canyon and Blossom Valley not being included in the HS-12 model, when Blossom Valley was called for in both bonds, and that was discussed tonight. So that is actually, my question to you, Doug, and the committee is, when I was watching those videos, I felt like you were somewhat pigeonholed and handcuffed because of the looming 800 number that really was not tied to anything for the purpose of the bond language. And then I saw the conversations of Blossom Valley representatives, and in fact you even appointed Brenda Turvey, and I think she's here tonight, to actually make a motion as a representative, a quick appointment to represent Blossom Valley, because I heard many concerns from the Blossom Valley people. They love the option of going to Granite. There's some that love the option of going to El Cap for what it offers. But most importantly, I heard them say that they were called out in the bond and should have that option. Harbison Canyon, you heard tonight, really has a different zip code, but they're a family to Alpine. So let's answer that question, okay? Because I really felt the theme throughout the two meetings I saw, you were pigeonholed and handcuffed, and it was a constant theme, and it was not really the charge of the committee.
Yes, thank you. My personal feelings are that if HS-12 is built, that Blossom Valley should be given the chance to attend, but I had to put those feelings aside when I chaired the committee, and unfortunately the bond language was parts of it were mutually exclusive. Now, the authors of the bond language did not have the benefit of a demographic study when they authored that, and so what they described was a school for 800, which would serve the needs of the Alpine and Blossom Valley communities. We now know that that's not possible. It's impossible. We also know that there are natural boundaries that define reasonable natural boundaries which define where the attendance areas of Alpine, of the HS-12 should be. And we also knew that the current school which has been designed was originally designed for 800, but with my understanding from Dina Johnson, would hold 1,000 students. So rather than paint a new picture, we tried to stay within the confines of what we were given to work with, and we defined a boundary area that would serve the needs of Alpine, and we recognize that there's some excess capacity in that high school, some capacity between 933 and 1,000, and so we know that there's room for some Blossom Valley and some Harbison Canyon students, so we built in an option for them to attend in the event that there is room for them. Now, I believe that the communities are going to fully embrace this school, and that it's going to be, if it's built, that goes without saying, and there's a lot of speculation on that. But I believe that it's going to be wildly successful if it's built, and that, frankly, the needed capacity of that school would require a third pod. And if a third pod was ever added, I think that there would be more than enough room for the other two option areas, and that we would attract even more students from outside the district.
I think it was mentioned by one of the public members, some of the history. And I go back to quite a bit of history and made some of it, skinning my knee from time to time. And so I know it pretty well. And the Blossom Valley was part of the Alpine bond language because it was promised years ago with a previous superintendent. So without, I don't know what they did, if they didn't look at the natural boundaries or what they didn't do, they may have been just looking at the communities are so homogenized, if you will, or so so much alike.
Sure.
So that's my concern, is keeping in line with, and I know that you had a monumental task because you're trying to move them from here to here, and that might come online later, but I just wanted to have that discussion to address the immediate concern. Also, when we talk about the ramping up piece, just real quick.
Yes.
And that was my question. We talked about also the grandfathering in at the other schools. Why would that not apply at the Alpine School, which would make Blossom Valley and Harbison Canyon possibly an immediate recovery? I mean, then the choice kind of opens up. So just...
Sure. Well, you could ramp up the population much more quickly in HS-12 if it's built, if you included Harbison Canyon and Blossom Valley without the stipulations. But there is not a significant number, and I'll ask Vince to stop me if I'm wrong about this. There is not a significant, as significant number of Blossom Valley and Harbison Canyon students that we know of who are attending private schools, et cetera. It's throughout the district. It's on the average. It's about 10%, I believe. Vince.
A little bit below that.
A little bit below that, and
you said Alpine had the largest.
Alpine has had historically the largest percentage of
percentage.
And I suspect that Blossom Valley is somewhere between the average and where Alpine is. It may be equal to Alpine, we don't know. But what I'm getting at is the importance of increasing district revenues to offset the operating costs. And because most of the students that we are pulling from Blossom Valley and Harbison Canyon are already going to district schools, there wouldn't be a significant economic recovery, economic benefit to the district.
Okay, and so I hear you on that. So
there would be some, but
right. Okay, so right now with the stipulation on the Blossom Valley and the Harbison Canyon, that could open it up for the growth and maybe even immediate growth. Specifically in light of what Greg Fox brought us tonight. Was that ever discussed or entertained or even on the radar during your discussions?
That was discussed. We did look at planning areas for Alpine. I did talk with the county demographer after this was raised. So it was on the radar, yes.
We knew it was on the radar. Unfortunately, I think all of you know, all of the politicos in the room know, that the changes to the county general plan are, just kind of happening. They're still up in the air. And so, unfortunately, when it was time for our report to hit the press, the information that Mr. Fox had just wasn't in a solid enough form for us to think it was credible enough to include in our report. After hearing his report tonight, it seems a lot more compelling, but it wasn't at the time that we went to press.
That's absolutely fair, but it's compelling now.
Yes.
Also, we talked about, and I think you said in the graph on the enrollment, it stopped at 1415, but you have information that extends it out. Why wasn't that something for the board to see?
Yeah, the graphs were originally prepared, I believe, through the 2017-18 school year, but I believe that district staff abbreviated those charts just for brevity and just...
Good answer. Thanks. Why would we do that? Why would we take out a bar chart that gives us an additional year? I mean, I'm just thinking as we're going to make these decisions, 2016, 17, and we see that extended out, and it's a positive thing. I'm looking for the positives to satisfy our commitment and our contract.
Yeah,
to what we said we would do in Prop H and Prop U. And I'm not putting you on, so I'm just saying I don't understand why that would be taken out when the board needs to see fully what was discussed and what was extended for future growth.
Yeah, I think that extending it out 1 or 2 more years would have been informative, and I can't answer why it was.
Thank you. Other than the boardroom directives, I'm sorry.
I was just going to ask if Vince could provide that.
Oh, sure.
Those charts with those extra years and send those to us when you have time.
But what was the enrollment at the next year? What was the enrollment number on that 16, 17?
It was, I believe. Yeah. I have one here.
Just curious what that number was. So that puts us up to significantly higher.
I believe it shows that in 2015-16, with HS12 online, there are at least 100 more students in the district than there are now. That's my recollection. The red chart in 2015-16 school year. The red bar.
Okay, well, the red bar is 15-16 at 18,551. In 16-17, it's at 18,732.
I see. Okay, so that's...
Okay, so that's a positive. Okay.
Yes.
I'm trying to align all the positives in our commitment to Alpine.
Right.
And with what you have worked very hard to flush out. And then you put all this together and try and balance all of our schools for academic opportunities. When we talk about Santana at 1,500 versus Granite Hills, we were talking about those academic opportunities, but yet we dissed Alpine's academic opportunities as we address this. So I'm just trying to figure out how that works.
Yeah, it was a little difficult for us to rationalize. I mean, if our goal is to equalize the populations at all the schools, then it was a little difficult to rationalize a school in Alpine for 1,000 students. But what you have to remember is that there are significant geographic boundaries that define Alpine. And I won't speak for the committee on this. This is just my own personal opinion. One of the significant problems that exists in Alpine is that students are being asked to travel great distances, many hours a day, to attend school. We didn't want to extend the boundary area so far down the hill in order to equalize all of the attendances and make Alpines larger and create the reverse problem.
Can I make a comment on that?
Please.
We did look at a boundary for high school 12 that had 1,500 students, and that boundary ran down into El Cajon, well into El Cajon.
Okay, well, thank you.
You're saying that 1,200 is probably the ideal, considering travel and...
Put it this way. There are 250,000 people live within 4 miles of Steele Canyon. 18,000 people live within 4 miles of Alpine.
Okay, that's a reality.
That's a reality.
I'm really torn on this because we want to meet the high expectations that have been put out there for years. But I also believe that we're in a double dip recession, and Sacramento has slashed our operating budgets.
Absolutely.
On the other hand, is there funding in Prop U for that third pad, that third module that would go beyond the 800 to the 1,200?
Well, I believe that Dina Johnson could answer that question, and some of the district staff. I believe that there was a $65 million set aside in Prop U for the school, and that $20 million of that was allocated for land acquisition, and approximately $45 was allocated for construction. And the land acquisition has run a little over budget, and so. I believe that there is somewhere between 40 and 45 million to complete construction of the school, and that probably completes 2 modules, and I don't know if it completes 3. I completely understand. I run my business conservatively, and I think by the very nature of the economic times we're in, all school boards have to be conservative. I think that when you're confronted with a decision, it's easy to say, let's not spend any money. You believe our projections that enrollment is going to dip. I believe you do. I would also encourage you to believe our projection that students will be recovered by the hundreds if HS-12 is built. And so I think I was really neutral on this before we started our deliberations, and in the course of it, and particularly with the Student Recovery Report, I've come to believe that HS-12 is a good investment, and that it's going to not only pay for itself, but it appears, if the students come back in the ways that we predicted, that it's also going to subsidize other district projects.
Yeah. I guess my concern is, what do we do in the next 3 to 4 years?
Yes, that transition period is troublesome, and all I can say is that ramping up the administrative expenses of that school, along with the ramping up of the students, might help to deaden that blow.
Yeah. And plus, we would open in 2013 would be our projection, so it's not the immediate 2 years that we'd be dealing with that. And plus, you have to weigh the construction costs. I mean, we cannot let that get away from us. Construction is actually not at its all-time low. It's starting on that increase. So I just think we have a lot to weigh, but I just appreciate having the opportunity to discuss the positives along with the impacts and see how we put all that together for across the district.
Sure.
And
go ahead. Trustee, if I might add one thing to my comments, I do believe that if the high school is built, that 3 pods is probably the right size for it 5 or 6 years from now. But I also recognize that brand new schools don't get brand new sports fields. They come after a number of years. They come after the students are there to use them. And I think that growth is something that the district can ease into rather than spending a lot of money right now.
Oh, absolutely. Let me finish. Hang on real quick before I lose my train of thought, but good points. Let me back up a second. Oh, I saw that there is also the bar charts on the trigger figure. I'm just curious what role that played in any of this for the boundary committee.
Point of order, Mr. President.
I'm sorry.
I think this conversation moving into the next agenda item, we were supposed to get, if I remember right, a boundary study saying here's 2 sets of boundaries, one with the 12th high school, one without. But it seems like we're going way into the next agenda item.
No, I'm sorry. Didn't this packet have the trigger bar graphs in it?
Yes, we were asked to add that.
And why?
I wasn't part of that decision.
Okay, so what was that supposed to show? Vince, do you know?
It's supposed to show the trend in enrollment over the next several years.
Well, we have the trend in enrollment by this document.
Well, it was also desired to show you how it was relative to the trigger number itself, I believe.
Okay.
Trigger number was related to the construction of the high
Okay,
school.
but that was after the fact. It really wasn't a committee discussion.
Neither of those graphs were reviewed by
The
or
committee.
vetted or approved by the committee.
And that was my next question to you. Excuse me, Jim. I'd like to finish
I had a
asking
point of
questions.
order. Mr. President, we're getting into pods and we're getting into all sorts of things that really aren't germane to
It's actually capacity.
to boundaries.
It's actually capacity.
And we're going to deal with all this at the next agenda item.
Actually,
I just have a couple more
let
questions
me-
that I'd like to
And I'll
have
let you,
clarified.
just a
Thank
moment.
you.
I'd like to keep this to a limit and ask Member Schreiber to wrap it up, because
Mm-hmm.
depending on the vote on the next agenda item, a lot of this conversation may or may not be applicable.
Well, we know that.
Okay.
That's why I want to have a conversation now.
So this is, tonight's presentation is a report only. This conversation should largely be limited to clarification. Board members are to take this information home and over the next 2 months, study, review. I'm sure we'll have additional extensive discussions on this issue. So I'm going to ask that we not get into any further discussion as to what the high school will look like or what the capacity of the high school would be, et cetera. Those could be appropriate discussions at a future point. Ms. Schreiber, do you have any other additional clarification questions?
Yes, one final clarification. When I think you just said that the committee did not vet the report before us, and they did not take a final vote to approve the report before us. Thank you for that. What other boardroom, other than the boardroom directives, what other directives were you given for the committee's consideration? And a tag along with that, in your documents, you talk about the process, and I asked the superintendent what you meant by board mandates and the mission, and he said you wrote it. Most likely, the board mandates probably coincide with our mission statement relative to the 12th high school. So I just wanted those 2 points of clarification.
No, I believe that we were given a free hand to define the boundaries as we best saw them. I have to admit that just from a practical standpoint, we took the two-pod size of the high school into account in doing that, but I do believe that the boundaries that we've recommended are really optimal ones for the district, and we weren't given any constraints along those lines.
Great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Moving on to action items. Roman numeral 8, Governing Board, number 1, adoption of Resolution 2012-05 to adopt recommendations on the 12th high school project.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. I'm going to take the liberty to go first here, if I could. I had a great influence over it. I didn't write it in its entirety, no.
May I ask who brought this resolution to the
I
board?
brought it.
Oh, that's why I asked you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I thought you said I wrote it.
Oh, no.
Okay.
I meant, didn't you brought it,
Moving
so
on.
you should talk about it.
Well, I guess I'll start with the big question or the big statement, which is simply, I support the resolution as written. I'm not going to cover all the whereases. I think they speak for themselves. Some of what I'm going to say, some people might interpret as semantic hair splitting, but I do want to at least take the opportunity to make certain statements, hopefully to clarify what is and what is not my position here. Do I support the need for a 12th high school in Alpine? Yes. Do I believe that today is the day to pursue that need aggressively? No, I do not. A lot of the rhetoric over the last 4.5 years that I've been on the board has revolved around the word promises. The reality is, when the bond was first Prop H and then later Prop U were written and passed, and various discussions and votes affecting the potential high school in Alpine have been taken, it has been a plan. That is the language I choose to use. This board is planning and continues to plan to build a 12th high school. This board does have a responsibility to the people of Alpine to continue to keep that plan alive and in play. But a plan is a roadmap. A plan is not a promise. A promise implies a certain ethical commitment. Circumstances change. In the same way, you might plan to drive to Los Angeles, but if I-5 is closed, you make a different plan to get there. The circumstances today, I think everybody in this room recognizes the circumstances today are profoundly different than they were when Prop H was written or even Prop U was written. No one could have predicted the budgetary issues that have confronted not only this district, not only the state, but the entire country. I find it a little unsettling, but that is the nature, I guess, of sitting in this chair, that some would say that this board has stonewalled or hindered the construction of a 12th high school in Alpine. As I look over the decisions made by this board over my tenure here, almost all of them have been unanimous. None of those decisions have been stalled or unnecessarily delayed. We sit at a certain point in the process here. Could we have gotten here faster? I suppose so, but I doubt if it would have been possible had you had 4 Priscilla Schreibers on this board to be more than 6 months ahead of where we are today. I believe this board has operated in good faith, and that, again, I affirm the ultimate need for an additional high school in Alpine. However, we've heard a lot from a demographer, and there are lots of assumptions. And in the midst of those assumptions, they're unsettling. But if our financial situation were different, it would be, I probably would support moving ahead at this point in time. But the fact is, I am not responsible just for the students and the student welfare of Alpine. I'm responsible for the student welfare throughout the Grossmont Union High School District and all of the students that attend our schools. In simple terms, the additional fixed cost, and I realize there's debate on all these things, and so I have to give it my best shot, and I understand that everybody has a different read on the numbers. But realistically, there is a fixed cost in operating an additional plant. You need custodians, you need gardeners, you need administrators, you need lunch duties, you need an SRO. And so, roughly speaking, and I don't think anybody in this room can, when we're trying to project in the future, I don't think anybody can speak with any great authority beyond rough estimates. But roughly speaking, the additional fixed yearly cost of running an additional site would add approximately 1%, a 1% demand on our overall operating budget. Perhaps that's worth the risk. But I have to consider, we are already operating at a deficit. So we are spending money beyond what we're taking in today. That may not be enough to shut it down, but I also have to consider our class sizes are up 2.5 students per classroom in an effort to save money. There is no discretionary budget at this point in time. Just in the last few months, this board has wrestled with the issue of librarians. We are now at the point we are cutting programs. We are compromising the quality of education throughout the entire district with almost every financial decision that crosses our desk. And the fact is, in simple terms, ADA per student is down in real dollars. And earlier, it was just announced tonight, but earlier today, what Scott was alluding to, the state has now mandated, you will budget on this level, but we reserve the right to take some of it away, but you're not allowed to consider that we're going to take that away. So the state has now added another variable that hinders our ability to make intelligent, thoughtful decisions about the long-term welfare of the students in this district. So given the chaotic nature of our state budget and the fact that for all that the state has thrown our way, I think the budget at Grossmont is still sane, although unsettling. I cannot support, I'd love to build a school based upon construction costs. That comes out of the bond money. But we all, there is, and I forgot where it was, but I think it's either in Riverside or LA County. Somebody just built a brand new high school and it is sitting there empty because of similar kinds of problems. The fact is, students are receiving a quality education and will continue to do so. The fact is, we have the capacity to educate all the students in our district. And you have my commitment that we will proceed, assuming I'm on the board at this point in time, to proceed with the construction of a 12th high school when it is not based upon the wishful assumptions of demographic estimates of, well, we'll get these kids in and we'll pull some here and we'll pull some here and it could be here and if this. There's an awful lot of ifs being tossed around. And I can swallow a certain number of those contingencies, but I can't swallow all those ifs and have a reduced budget and have deficit spending and have a state legislature that is out of control on the budget. I just cannot. Now I hope, and I realize that some of you will walk out of here and not believe this, and I understand, I do. I would hope that the decisions made by the board, at least in the 4.5, 5 years that I've been here, to buy land, to go through all that's involved in buying the land, environmental impact reports, et cetera, and the decisions that this board has made to pursue plans of construction are evidence of our desire to build that school. Otherwise, I deserve to be kicked out of office for wasting a heck of a lot of money. Now, some of you may believe that about me, and I'm sorry if you do. For what it's worth, I'm doing the best I can, given the mandate that I've been given by all of the taxpayers in the Grossmont Union High School District. Any further comments? Go ahead.
I wasn't going to say much, and I'll try not to say much. I wrote down, I don't know why I torture myself, but I wrote down a lot of comments that came during public comments that we hate. I can't believe you hate Alpine that much. It's fraud. This is foolish. It's stealing tax money. Dishonest, deceitful, blah, 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 blah. And there's a lot of it is just anger, and I understand that. I do. I really do. And that's okay. I've been married 30 years. I have three kids and 3 grandkids. That's okay. I understand you have a First Amendment right to believe and say whatever you want. I do. I sincerely believe that. The thing is, and I know it's hard for you to understand because you're not here and you don't see all the numbers and all the history that we're, but you know what? See, what Rob told you is not what you want to hear, but he told you the truth. And there's a lot of people saying, be honest, we're trying to tell you we're in unprecedented times. nationally, locally, statewide, we're in a new world. Just a couple quick comments. You notice it said that, oh, by the way, we just got the word today in closed session right before this meeting. You might have to cut $5.6 million, and you can't lay off any teachers. Well, 80% of our budget is employees. It's wages and benefits. Oh, and you can't lay off any teachers. Now, by the way, that's just for a half a year. If it stays flat, that means $11 million next year you get to cut on top of the millions we've already cut. Now, that means nothing to you, and I know a lot of you probably don't even care. You have one objective mind, and you know, and that's okay. But we have to do what's right for the district. What we believe. Now, at any point in time, we can move forward if we think things stabilize. But you know, not only Hillcrest High School and Hillcrest High School in Riverside, $105 million high school built. It's empty. I've been told Vista's on the verge, if it hasn't already done the same thing. They built a new high school, and either they've closed it or they're strongly considering closing it. It's interesting. I saw the minutes of an Alpine school board meeting in April where they were discussing closing a school because of declining enrollment and declining revenue. This is everywhere. It's everywhere. So, you know, and who's building a new high school at this time? I don't know if anyone can throw out a name of some district that's building a new high school. I could. Go ahead.
Yeah, we had this discussion up in San Francisco or Sacramento, CSBA, and I can't think of the school district.
San Diego County.
Poway is considering, and Carlsbad is considering a second high school because they're overcrowded.
Okay, considering. Okay. But
at the time of that discussion, they were fully seriously considering it.
I'll just another point or two. I'm a realtor. It's one of my hats I wear. You know, I got this article in the Union Tribune. It's in the business section. It talks about all the new homes and new condos being built city by city. For 2010, 2011, Alpine's built one new house. That's for both years. Boulevard, 0. Campo, 0. Descanso, 0. I could keep going. La Mesa, Mount Helix, 0. La Mesa, Grossmont, 0. Lakeside, 1 last year, 1 this year. Pine Valley, 0 and 0. Rancho San Diego, 0 and 0. I heard someone mention about thousands of new homes that we could build. I've been hearing that. But we have one house in Alpine the last 2 years. It might even be a condo for all I know. At best, it's one single family house. A third of the houses in San Diego County are underwater, where they owe more than they're worth. Unemployment has ratcheted up 4 months in a row. We just heard today on a business report, National Business Report, that there will be, on top of the 1.7 million homes in foreclosure nationally, add another million on top of that. We are in unprecedented times. And I'd like to make sure, Rob Shield wants to make sure when everyone goes, and I want to make sure when you go home tonight, you know the truth. That's why this is on the agenda. So the board can face you face to face and tell you the truth, even though you might not like it. One last thing is we have to consider all our stakeholders. The PTA has recommended us not to move forward. The CBOC has recommended us unanimously not to move forward. Our principals unanimously has recommended us not to move forward. Many of our staff, probably the majority of staff, has said the same.
Did you get a report? You'll have opportunity for rebuttal.
Okay.
No, I just didn't get the report that he got about principals. Didn't want it.
That came a couple months ago, 2-3 months ago.
There was a sign that the principals didn't want the high school? I'm sorry, I'm just asking for the report that he got.
Guess what? I think I'm confusing that with the recommendation on librarians. I apologize. And please correct me if I'm wrong on any other issue.
I am.
Okay. So I withdraw that fact.
Okay, go ahead.
Alpine and Blossom Valley and Harbison Canyon need and deserve to have a school. That's not the issue. The issue is we're in a double dip recession. We are, this is a board of parents and educators. We're in the classroom, and we know what happens when we shut down libraries, when we lay off librarians, test scores go down. When we lay off counselors, then graduation rates go down. When we reduce the number of teachers and increase classroom size, we have more disruption, less progress. We're cutting 12 days off of the school year, and we're trying to compete globally. We are so far behind the rest of the industrialized world. We're, in most subjects, 18th. There are 17 countries ahead of us. Yes, your chain has been pulled, but so is our chain. We can't do what we want to do. We can't even do what we need to do. And I think those of us that are teachers, well, those of us that are parents, want the best for our kids. And it's a government, it's Sacramento, it's Washington that has decided that education is no longer a priority.
President Shield, if I might give a quick statement. I haven't studied up too well on this issue in the past, and it sounds like there's a lot of history to be said with this consideration of the new high school. But at the end of the day, it's not to you who these trustees have the responsibility. It's to us students. Again, I just want to say that it's not to you that these trustees have the responsibility, but to us students, who they are supposed to be in charge of our education. And it doesn't make sense as a parent, if you are in tough economic times with 3 children that you're trying very hard to feed, to try for another child. I don't think anyone would agree that that's a fiscally responsible action. I believe we have to consider, all of us in this room have to consider that the Board of Trustees has to be fiscally responsible for the students' educations that are already in their hands.
Go ahead.
Your turn.
Bear with me. I have mulled over this over and over and over again, argued both sides with myself, and won every one of those arguments.
Lost every one.
And lost every one of them. First of all, I'm going to run through a list of things that I believe. And if you wait till I get to the end, then you can yell and scream. We've got $65 million right now to build. We may have more, but we have 65 that's allocated. Today we are 2 over the trigger. Declining enrollment is projected, and this is before I've seen all the charts, but I put for the next 5 years, but it's like the next 3 or 4. Maybe it's 5. But for 4 or 5 years, we've got declining enrollment. If we focus on the trigger, I doubt very strongly that there are 3 votes to build until that trigger is met, if that's our only focus. The Boundary Committee indicates that there will be between 160, this is what I thought, but 160, 180 to 460 or 80, is that correct?
260
okay.
to 380.
260 to 480, right?
480.
To 480, okay. If we build, my estimate is that it would take 360 students to cover the extra cost. Any over that would be a plus. That's my estimate. would be a plus to the district if we go over 360. The increase in these students would take place over 4 years. The extra costs that we would entail would begin actually a year before the school is complete, because we would have to hire a principal, a secretary. There's other things, so it would probably cost us $150,000 to $200,000 for the first year before the school was even open. The current budget leaves us absolutely, in my opinion, no wiggle room. We have an uncertain state budget. We still haven't hired back all of the teachers that we've laid off. You've heard about the librarians, so I think you know where we are on that. If we get back to 2008 funding, which happens to be in this resolution, then I think we might have some wiggle room to set aside a certain amount of money to pay for these costs, which I think we will get back once we build a school. So I believe, and I would hope that the board would agree with me, that we ditch the trigger figure, because that was basically to make sure that we economically could afford it, and focus instead on the amount of money that we have in a budget, in our budget, whatever that year is, or whenever we get to that point, because there's a lot of financial sense in building this school and reaping the benefit of the extra students. I believe there will be some. I believe that, 360 is probably a fair representation of what we would get. We may get more, and I hope we get more. And if we did, wow. It would help us with our declining enrollment if we build the school. We get back faster than we did before. But under the current budget, I don't see how we could possibly do that. I don't want to build the school and not open it. Thus, I believe that we should move forward with the purchase, grading, and infrastructure that was stated in this resolution and in the one we did in February. I would also suggest that we go ahead and do what or was it February? Did I say January? February. Anyway, I also think what we ought to do is go ahead with the plans for the school and submit it to DSA. That money comes out of the bond, and they'll be good for 4 or 5 years. And I believe we will get back to some people are in here saying we're never going to get back to $6,600 per ADA. I've actually seen that in writing, and I've heard it. Well, boy, if we don't, we're in deep yogurt, folks. We have to get back there. And I think we'll get back there before we'll get back to the trigger number. And I think if we can get back to that number, then we'll have some money to make the leap. What we need is a bridge loan, right? And we can't get this. We need some money that we can squirrel away without really messing with the students we have now. I mean, we can't afford to get bigger class size to do this. But if we got back to 6,600 or whatever it was in 2008, then I think we could probably find some areas where we could afford to put the startup costs in here. and then reap the benefits of the increased enrollment and the smaller decline in enrollment and get back in time. So I guess what I would like to do is, by the way, so that you all understand, under no circumstances will I vote to build a school if I think that we financially can't afford it. And we can't afford it today. There's no question in my mind. We cannot afford it today. We can afford to build it. I'm talking about build and open. Okay? So my feeling is that I would like to amend this resolution to include going ahead with what we said we would do in February, and that's submitting the plan so that we're ready to go at the point where we have the money, where the state budget is funded to that level. I think that will occur before we get back to the trigger. But you know what? I'm guessing too. But that's what I would like to do. I would like to amend the motion to include what we've already decided to do with the promise on my part to the rest of this board that if we're not back to 6,600, if we can't afford it, I will not vote for it. But I think what we do is if we put the plan and we do what we said we were going to do and submit to DSA, we'll be ready when and if that event occurs. And since it has a shelf life, we were told of 4 or 5 years, and since it won't be back until when? Katie, can you help me on that? When, if we submitted to DSA this June, just forget it, whenever we were planning on doing it,
I think you said April of next year.
when would it come back?
It would take probably a minimum of 6 months, maybe 8, to come out of DSA.
So,
And that starts a 4-year clock at
Right.
that point.
Once it's stamped out.
okay, so we're talking 4 years from next year.
Right.
And we're not going to submit until when anyway,
The
if
fall.
we did.
The fall, if we did.
Okay, so I guess that's where I am. I would do that, but I would at $6,000 per ADA. I don't know how we can do it. I don't know where we can find the money. So that's what I would do, and that's my amendment. And if I can get a second, and,
I don't know if I should make comments before we
whatever
amend the
you
motion.
Wait, just let's keep this under order here. Let me make sure. Really, your amendment is to simply
Delete that.
dis.
Yes.
Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay.
The motion was made by Dr. Woods, correct?
Yes, so
So
what
if you
is the
look
word
at-
we're deleting?
If you
I'm
look
sorry,
at,
what motion did he make?
Mr. Hoy made
Oh, I
is
thought you said
requesting an
Dr. Woods.
amendment
Oh.
to, gosh, we always get bogged down in procedural stuff. You see the last page of the motion?
Number 2.
Number 2, where it says discontinue,
Yes.
delete dis. And it would
So
be-
continue the
so it would be-
preparation.
So now you made the motion, and the question is, do you accept the amendment?
I accept the moment with discussion. So yes, I
I'm
accept it.
sorry, I didn't know what motion he made. Oh, the original motion.
Right.
I'm sorry.
So we are accepting the motion,
Okay,
or
so-
the amendment.
So correct me if I'm wrong, the motion on the floor now is exactly the way it's written, except dis is deleted from number 2. And on number 2 will now read, continue the preparation and submittal of building design packages to DSA for review and approval.
Right, and we can discuss that and vote that either yes or no.
In its entirety?
Right.
Okay. Further discussion?
So we need a second.
A second to the
Motion. A second to Dick's
The amendment.
amendment.
Okay. Help me out with
He's
Robert's
amending
rules
the
here.
motion.
Well, this is simple.
Well,
Dick
just-
made a motion and
Well,
needs a second.
he's requesting an amendment.
He's requested it.
Okay,
Nobody's
but
made the
You
motion.
still have to have a second.
Okay, is there a second?
I second.
Okay,
Okay.
then we're fine.
Now we'll have discussion.
Moving on, and at this point, everybody gets a shot again, but since Ms. Schreiber's the only person that hasn't spoken, I'll let you have the floor unless you want to yield it, and we'll take it another round.
Really? Are you sure you said that? Do I want to yield it? Do you know who you're talking to?
But right now our discussion is focused just on the amendment.
Right. And then we have to go back to the original.
Yes.
So I just want to thank you, Dick, because it takes off the intent, and if I think I heard all the board members say, is they want to build that school. Well, with that item number 2, it really breaks with good faith with the Alpine community in ever seeing that happen. So there was, now there's a consideration that's brought, which I've always known, there's a four-year shelf life, so I was a little bit disheartened that there was a discontinue any efforts to submit the DSA building package. So I concur with, I don't know why that was put in there when we know we have a 4-year shelf life, and if we're trying to keep with good faith with the community of Alpine, why would we ever put that in the resolution? So I would be supporting it.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. President, I wonder if I could have Katie come up so I could ask her a couple questions on this issue.
Sure.
Thank you, Kate, for sticking around. Quick question, and I have no idea. I know zip about architecture and building codes and all that. Is there a chance that, let's say, if we pay for the building designs to be done now, if 4 years later that the building codes may change significantly, or that technology may change, or the needs of the school might change in such a way where we go, well, you know what, a lot of this is of no value to us, where we've wasted that bond money?
Well, to your first question, can the code change? Most definitely. I think the last code change was, I don't know, a year or so ago, and they can change 3 to 5 years. So yes, which would mean you would review the plan, change as necessary to meet the code, resubmit it. There would be some fees, and depending upon the severity of the changes, you'd have additional design costs, of course. Your question about technology, of course, that changes every 5 minutes. I mean, we're amending technology standards on an ongoing basis in the bond program now, but that's not that complicated.
What would be the cost of doing this?
It's impossible to say.
No. I mean the cost of, designing these building plans and submitting them.
Is your question what's the remaining cost?
Yes. What's the remaining cost?
On the current track?
Yes.
Okay.
If we stopped right now and did not submit to DSA, we estimate we'd save about $800,000 on the building itself. But that is through construction.
Okay, so we'd save, if we stopped right now with the plans, it would save the bond program $800,000 roughly.
It would, I guess, avoid for the time being a payment. If we wanted to continue the plan later, you would pick that up and perhaps even have a plus up because of the delay to the architect. But the plan is currently designed. If it was not submitted and you didn't have construction and administration and all the remaining leading to, it would save about $800,000.
Okay, and then I guess this is what I'm asking. I don't know if you can answer this, or maybe the superintendent should have a piece of this question too. Is the pace of the change in education and in the state building codes significant enough that if we spend this $800,000, that we will basically be wasting our money, or not wasting our money if we build it 4 years from now?
If you build it or submit the plan.
Can I?
In other words, when we spend the money, we finish the plans, but we don't build a high school for 4 years because of the budget.
We are designing that floor plan to be as flexible and as diverse as possible so that the curriculum, as it changes, that space can be adapted to do that. I mean, we try to do that so that 50 years from now, that's still a usable space.
Okay, thank you. That answers the question.
Okay.
Could I, for clarification, to proceed then with the design process to get the design to the point where we would submit it to DSA, there's a cost. Do you know that cost?
We have committed about $1 million, and if we told them to stop right now, only of what we've committed, we would lose about, or we'd save only a couple $100,000.
And so, a long line of proceeding then, if you proceed with the submittal, and the timeline is such that it does come out, and there does need to be some shelf time then for those plans. And if the code changes, say, were to occur, my understanding of that expense is going back to the architect to tweak the plans to line up with the new code. Is that correct?
Correct. Again, depending upon the severity of the change, if you will.
And is that usually a certain percentage of the plan?
It would be, if the construction value of the change, it would be 8 to 10% of the construction value of the change.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Wouldn't you want the architectural plans to be as current as possible to when this the construction takes place? Because that's my concern right now. I'm a big proponent of big picture schools, and so open space. But who knows where the board will be 4 years from now? It'll be a different board. We're almost binding a future board to plans that they have no part in developing.
Well, again, we try to develop a very flexible space so that the delivery, the educational delivery can change with the four walls. So yes, if the future board completely changed it, if there's some concept out there that we can't foresee today, certainly then it wouldn't be current. But
right, because educational psychology is rapidly changing with multiple intelligences, differentiated instruction.
The exterior walls don't change, the interior walls can.
Yeah, the outside will stay the same.
Right.
And I'd just like to remind you, Dr. Woods, we're building other schools right now.
I realize that.
And tomorrow...
Well, we're building them right now.
I know, but tomorrow they're probably out of, I mean, I don't expect them to be out of date. I spoke before Rotary this week, and I told them, we're building these schools for the next 50 years. That's what we did the last set, right? We built them in the 50s and 60s, and now we're fixing them and rebuilding and
reconfiguring
and reconfiguring, and
right.
That's just the nature of the thing.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. I have a consideration for the board. Because as I look at this, we are saying, whereas when we talk about the first paragraph that we took action in February 2011, whereas the governing board acknowledges all of those actions have either been completed or in the process of being accomplished. I actually would feel better if we just didn't do anything with that and not take any action on this for this resolution, because that will go on in accordance to what we set in place in February. So everything's been completed except what we're talking about amending the resolution right now. We've already authorized the preparation submittal of the site and building packages for Phase 1 building plans to DSA. So there's an amendment, and I think I second it, so if maybe I could take it back and talk to Dick. I think that we should let the action that we took place in February stand. If we're in agreement by his amendment to continue with the submittal of the building packages, we already gave that directive in February, and all these things are completed and in the process, and we're done. I mean, we can pick up the resolution where you want to continue the other whereases, but we've already voted to do this. Why are we voting on it again?
Well, I can't answer for the original, but I tell you where I am, and I'm trying to make this. In this resolution, there is a movement away from that trigger figure and more of movement towards how can we afford it so that we can reap the benefit of more students. And so if we just go back to the other, then we will be back here in whatever time it is next June, and we will be voting, and we'll be saying, well, we haven't met the trigger figure.
Yeah, that's not what I was meaning. If we could take the February 2011 directives that we've already approved that are in the process, and I think there's agreement to let that stand and let it ride by virtue of the amendment to delete number 2 or take out dis to continue, that part of this resolution is fully satisfied. So So I would like the board's consideration. I don't know how we amend what you said, but it's saying the same thing as just don't do anything with this, the first part of it, whereas the board acknowledges that these things are in the process or completed. So I don't know why, just take that out of this resolution, because this is already in motion. There's no action needed for this.
If I could comment on that, and I don't want to lose sight of yourselves here parliamentary-wise, but you do have a motion and a second on the first change. With regards to your observation just now, really all of the whereas up before the word now therefore are simply context. The action itself begins with the word now therefore be it resolved. So we really should be focusing, the action item here is focused on what it is that's being resolved today. The other stuff is context and supportive languing, history, that sort of thing. It isn't what's being acted on.
Except for, I would take issue, and I know I had this list of things I want to talk about before amendments were made. I would take issue with memorializing in any resolution the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee's unanimous recommendation. This board did not vote on that recommendation, and it should not be memorialized in this resolution as if we did, unless the board is considering now that we're going, and that's not exactly what the recommendation said. So if we're going to memorialize the recommendation and vote on their recommendation, then their recommendation better be attached to this resolution. I mean, you're saying it's text, but it's memorializing something that we did not take action on.
Mr. President?
Because in Ilana's report to the CBOC, she said that trigger was met, and maybe we could talk to her, but I think the CBOC came out preempted when the final CBEDS came in with their recommendation.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know if I could support that piece of it, because I have a concern about memorializing a recommendation that we certainly did not vote on. So we've already voted, and we're already doing the directives of February. That hasn't changed.
The whereases are simply an acknowledgement of what has happened. They're not actions. They're a restatement of, or a summary of history.
We're taking an action on the whole resolution, so.
Mr. President,
Mr. Kelly, go ahead.
We have a motion second to discuss the three letters DIS, whether to delete, discontinue, to make it continue. I think we need to vote on that and then move on to maybe other amendments if board members want to make other amendments.
So by taking out DIS, we're back to the directives that we voted on and approved in February.
Well,
that stands
there's
solid.
Nothing there on 3.
What we're doing is just take out the word "dis" and say continue
And that
with
puts
plans.
us, what I'm saying is, I'm just trying to confirm, that puts us back to the standing directives that we took action on in February. Am I missing something?
I don't know what you mean by that. I guess I need you to clarify that for me.
Before we vote on this resolution, we've already
We're voting on
authorized
the amendment, not the resolution.
amendment and or resolution. We've already authorized the preparation, submittal, and site packages to DSA.
Yes.
We've done that. Why are we doing it again?
We're not doing it again. That is what President Shields said. That's providing history and context for things that have happened in the past.
Amendment.
Let's go to the amendment that just the word discontinue changes to continue
Right,
on
which is
item
what we're
number
already
2
doing.
in the resolution.
We're already doing this.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Let's slow down here, and without objection, can I don't know if I want to call a question on the amendment, which basically all we're going to vote on here right this second is, are we removing the 3 letters DIS? That is the only item up for a vote at this moment.
Can I make 2 statements?
Of course.
First,
on that point.
On that point. First, I want to see the 12th high school built as soon as fiscally possible. This permits that. I oppose the discontinue because I don't want to tie the hands of the future board that will be redoing this hopefully within 4 years.
So you support the amendment?
I oppose the amendment.
He opposes it.
You oppose
it? Yes, he does.
Discontinue. I want to leave discontinue because I don't want to tie the hands of a future board 4 years from now. even though I permitted it.
Okay, further discussion.
That's on the amendment?
Just on the amendment. I don't want to go anywhere else until we resolve the amendment issue.
It's not going to matter anyway. Whatever.
Are we getting ready to vote?
Yeah, go ahead and vote on the amendment.
That we're taking out DIS.
Yes.
Now can I talk about the rest of the resolution?
Okay, the amendment passes 3-2.
Okay.
Perfect.
So DIS is now no longer in existence.
This is gone.
Okay.
So now we are back to voting on the, or discussing.
Discussing
the entire amendment, or the
amendment.
entire motion with the amendment is now part of the motion.
Exactly, okay. First of all, I have concerns about, which I stated earlier when I wanted to pull this, because legal counsel has not looked at this. And I think what this resolution does is it adds obstacles that the people did not vote on. We did not have in our bond language that our district had to be back to the ADA requirement. We are adding obstacles and further require. We might think in our terms of how we discuss as a board and what we can do, and when we submit and they come out and, you know, we can't build it this time because we haven't gotten back to, you know, what's budgetary sense, if you will. But to add this kind of language and memorialize it again, which is outside of the alignment of the bond language, we're adding another obstacle. The only obstacle to the bond language, or to hold us to some fiduciary requirement, if that's what you want to call why it was there, was the trigger language, the trigger figure, or the trigger language.
I guess my only...
Why are we adding this? People didn't vote on that you will build a school when you return back to ADA of 2008.
Simply put, I want everybody in this room to know exactly where this board stands. From a purely legal standpoint, this board can change its mind and write a completely different resolution on this issue in September. My intent is to walk out of the room, hopefully, with a complete resolution that is our intent and roadmap, not a promise, but an intent and roadmap as to what our collective desire is and what our collective strategy is given the current environment and what we are looking to see changed in the environment. For all we know, somebody's going to find a lottery ticket over at Granite Hills High School, donate it to the district, and we get $50 million, and then we'll build the school. If the circumstance changes, we can change our mind on this.
You have to buy the ticket first, though.
Not if we find it. But at any rate, no, we are not authorizing district funds to buy lottery tickets. So we're not, in my mind, we're not putting up any, this is not enforceable the same way bond language is. This is simply a resolution that...
It's a requirement to build a school.
It is, but it's a requirement by the five of us that can change our mind at any point in time in the future. We don't have the authority to change the bond language. We have the authority to change this any time. Why do we need to pass this? Because, frankly, I don't want to argue on a month-to-month basis about whether we're going to build a 12th high school right now or not. And this is the way that I can see that gives a clear indicator to the public, to the people of Alpine, to the people of the rest of the district, where this board stands on the construction of a 12th high school. And what this says to me is, in effect, the board wants to build it, but as long as the budget stinks, we're not building it. That's what this says. And so if 12 months from now we have flat funding, then 12 months from now, I'm not going to invest a lot of time and energy in a discussion of should we build a 12th high school right now, because I will simply say, read this resolution, that's still my position.
So you're saying we'll have this resolution come back in September?
No.
Oh, what'd you say about September?
I'm hoping.
Oh, I thought you said something about September.
No. The only items that I expect to come, assuming this passes, the only items that would come back before the board in the foreseeable future, barring a significant improvement in the budget, is for us to authorize either submitting plans, paying the bills associated with what we've already talked about in here, whether it's site improvements, et cetera. Those things are going to continue to come before
Yeah,
the
we did
board.
those are contracts
Yeah,
that we
and-
typically
which would be
approve.
right, and
That's normal.
this is defining those things as being part of our expected future routine. The same way that we would authorize, I don't know, completely.
Okay, then, Katie, I have a question. I'm sorry, real quick. Katie, on the off-site work and the on-site work, is that part of what the construction process is? Because it's already defined by virtue of building or doing the construction, is it not? This isn't changing anything. Off-site work is this. Is it anything else?
The site work is off-site and on-site work.
Right, and in the resolution, is it limiting any of that?
I don't see that.
Okay, that's why I want to make sure. So you're just reiterating what our off-site and our on-site. Well, I just want to make sure. Because I want to tell you, I was very disheartened by your discontinue the preparation, as if like.
A simpler way to say it is to construct on and off-site site improvements per plans that we're currently preparing.
Exactly.
Okay, if
Yeah,
that's
it's
what
per
you
the
mean.
plans that we're currently
Preparing, right.
preparing.
Is that right?
Okay.
Okay.
Just as a clarification, because I don't have the bond memorized, and there was talk of bond language, and also I know that I believe it was Mr. Tim Ross had talked about some bond language earlier about the Grossmont Union High School District deciding that they will build the 12th high school. Do you know if there was any time constraint given in the bond itself as to when that 12th high school will be built?
My understanding is, and correct me if I'm wrong, there is no time constraint. The constraint is there's so many dollars, and out of those dollars, some of those dollars are going to be used to build the 12th high school. But there's no time constraint on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And to answer your global question, on any of our projects, there's no time constraint in the bond language.
Mr. Kelly?
Two important questions. I learned something when Dr. Woods and I got together with the superintendent and assistant superintendent. I think some of us might be under a false impression. The thinking I had, and maybe others have, is that the cost to the district to operate the school would be about $1.7 million a year. Is that all the cost of operating the school?
Yeah, our estimate of the operational costs at the 800 to 1,000 student level would be about $1.8 to $2 million for the fixed costs, non-teachers and the things that follow the students.
Plus the teachers?
Yes.
And I think I heard that the cost of teachers would be at least $1 million more?
Well, it depends on whether those kids are new to the district or they're just transferring from other schools in the district. So there's a distinction there.
Okay. But there's more costs beyond the roughly $2 million for the teachers needed to teach kids that haven't been in the district before?
Correct.
Okay. So the reason I'm qualified, because some people I've heard say something like, well, it's $1.7 million, but it's actually more than that. The second thing is I think we might have to correct in the be it resolved, number 3. I'll read it. Upon the restoration of ADA funding for the district to the level it was at the time Proposition U was passed in 2008, the governing board to review and consider resumption of the design and construction process. So do we get rid of the word design and the word design and the word and? Because what we are doing is we are stopping any work towards actual construction of the buildings.
2 and 3 does that, yes.
So we need to also delete those 2 words.
Okay, well, let's do this in a quickie housekeeping manner then. I propose an amendment to delete the words design and from number 3. We have a second. Any discussion, or can we vote on that one? Okay, please vote.
Can you read it to me what we're voting on?
Yeah, Number 3 will then read, upon the restoration of ADA funding for the district to the level it was at the time Proposition U was passed in 2008, the governing board to review and consider resumption of the construction process. You just cross out the words design end, because by making number 2 continue, which is the design.
No, I get that. Yeah,
Okay, so.
I'm just trying to think, maybe Katie, what's the construction process here? So we're going to be reviewing the construction process? What do you mean by reviewing the construction process?
We're stopping
I don't know what that means.
of constructing buildings.
Right.
The only words coming out are
design end.
So we're going to review and consider resumption of the construction process.
Yes.
With this, you would have approved us going to DSA, getting approved, but stopping after DSA. So the resumption of the construction process would then be the bidding and associated construction of the buildings.
Okay. Okay.
Any further questions or comments
on the amendment.
on the amendment? Okay, so we are voting on just deleting the words design and. Please vote. Okay, motion passes. Further discussion on the master motion.
Yeah, I have another question on the enrollment threshold, and that's the reason why I brought my item forward, was to have an understanding of the enrollment threshold is being met. We've met it for the last 3 years, so we're just restating that we've met it again this year. And then, I don't know if that can be a discussion in this resolution, but the other piece of that is the whole trigger language, which talks about, and this may be moot because we're doing the resumption of the construction process, but it won't be based on a trigger figure. Is that correct? Because the bond language reads that it will, you will let construction contracts, if the,
Well, I think
I'm sorry,
that's-
what?
The board has a vote on that, and that's for the next agenda item to discuss that specifically.
Dick, you,
Well, I don't know how-
Member Hoy made the point.
That's what I'm asking the board to
Yeah.
consider.
right, that's why I wanted to bring it back, because that's kind of in tandem with my item, is the way it reads can be read 2 different ways in the current bond language. On the letting of construction contracts at the time you've met the trigger figure, or at the letting of the construction contracts for building phase 1. So that's what this board has never had a conversation about. What does that mean to each individual board member? So now how does it fit into this?
I'd like
or
to-
maybe it doesn't.
Just, I guess we have to do one action item at a time. That's my best answer to that.
Do we have an action item?
Well, this one.
I know, but he has in here that we've met it.
That's a statement of what.
Okay.
That's the history.
Okay.
It's simply
That's the history.
acknowledging that we
Just
met
not
it.
sure what my resolution is going to do once this is
Well, then we need to
done.
look at
I'm sorry.
Can we call the question?
Okay.
Okay.
A question on the whole resolution.
Yeah, this is a vote on the entire resolution as with those 2 amendments. Please vote. Okay. Moving on to item, let's see, I believe it's A2. Hold on, I lost my script. Sorry. Consideration of action to acknowledge that all aspects of the trigger language as referenced in Proposition U have been met and fully satisfied. Is there a motion and second?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Purpose of discussion, second.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Discussion.
Okay, so what do we do with the second half of the bond language and the trigger language? How does that relate to the resolution that was just passed?
This,
Do you have the trigger language in front of you?
yeah, well,
Let me read it to you. After, it says, new high school, complete site development including utilities and road extensions. Bullet 2, after district-wide enrollment at the existing comprehensive high school sites, including the 2 current charter schools, equals or exceeds 23,245, which was the CBEDS number in 2708. At the time of release of request for construction bids, begin and complete construction, classrooms and general use school buildings and grounds to accommodate up to 800 students, adequate academic vocational job training, equipment, library, multimedia, yada, yada, yada. So, my question is, how does that affect when you have the release of construction? Because we are releasing construction bids for the site. So is the trigger off the table forever, or does it come into play at the time you're putting sticks in the ground? And the 800 part of that language, that should be open to consideration at the same time you look at the budget to see if we're going to build the school and size it properly. There's 3 pieces to this trigger language that this board has never addressed. When are we going to address it?
Well,
and it wasn't in your resolution to even consider.
There's no
it.
resolution to address it tonight, so it won't be addressed tonight. What we will address tonight is
Well, I actually brought the resolution in the trigger language. Has it been met?
that will be what we're voting on. Yes or no, has it been met?
But right now,
that is
we
the
need
motion.
discussion.
But I need to know if it's been met. What does being met mean? That we've met the enrollment trigger, and now we can release contracts all the way through without the looming trigger figure.
I would like it to mean that, but frankly, I don't think it means that.
That's what I want to find out.
My understanding of the trigger and actually we should ask Mr. Kelly since he wrote it, but my understanding of it was that when we put sticks in the ground, when we were going to build a classroom building, that then we would look at that trigger. Now, what I hope that we get out of this meeting tonight is that may not be as important as the economic impact of, if we can get more students and we've got some things like that, that might be something that would override that, but it would never override the economic impact on the district. In other words, if the district can't afford it, and we can't at $6,000 per ADA, there's no, in my mind, we can't, then, to me, the trigger has been met this year. It's met, but we're not ready to put sticks in the ground, so it's really not met. It's just
If the construction contracts pertain to sticks in the ground.
if they pertain to sticks in the ground.
That's just, I want to get that clear.
That's the way I've always viewed it. Now, I don't know how other people have viewed it.
That's why I wanted to bring it forward.
Okay, so we can do it quickly and everybody can say what they think.
As the infamous individual who insists on the trigger to be put into the bottom language, the simple reason was that if you have declining enrollment, now Scott can probably explain this better than obviously better than anyone. If you have declining enrollment, I've learned this many years ago, you get a double whammy. If you have increasing enrollment, you get a double boost. But if you're declining, so we knew it was going to be years before we were ready to build. And my point was, if we're going down, then not only we won't have the money, but we won't have the need for a school. If it's going up, then obviously we have the need and we have the money. So, and Mrs. Schreiber's want to pick the number. I picked the idea of a trigger. So that's how it ended up. But right now, according to what the district has put in this boundary committee put in a study, we're supposed to drop 550 kids next meeting. At the next meeting, we'll have the latest numbers for our enrollment for the year 2011-2012 as projected to go down 550 students. So if we're going, so that's just to protect the board and to protect the district financially. Just that simple. But that's how I understood it. And of course, Dick, you did I loved your reasoning. It's, we want prudence, and We want to be conservative, and we want to consider the fiscal health of the district. And one of those factors is obviously the enrollment and the ADA. Those two things we need to obviously keep an eye on.
But you understand that I am not wedded to that trigger figure if it makes financial sense to do something else.
Let me give you a hypothetical. Let's say 4 years from now they raise ADA to $6,000. But let's say we've had a drop of 2,000 kids. You see, it's not just ADA.
It's everything.
It's everything, because both those two things together equal your budget.
Yeah.
But I just want... What I'm requesting is that the board not look at the trigger figure as the be-all, end-all of what we decide.
It's a factor.
It's a factor. It's not, gee, we haven't made it. Sorry, you lose.
Okay, so if I'm understanding correctly, to resume and review the construction process, we took design out. That really coincides with what your understanding is and maybe your intent before we put sticks in the ground and let construction contracts. That was the intent of your bond language? Not just letting
I think I agree.
not just letting construction contracts for on-site, off-site. It was at the time that we put sticks in the ground, which it was always forecasted that we would not have enough enrollment. So
right. See, because
we already knew that, and we put that in language.
Because I believe even according to our old course, before we changed course tonight, even that course, I believe we're about a year away before we actually were to put construction bids out. Wasn't it about a year from now?
Yes.
Okay. So
that was in April.
That's the point I think most people understood is where you look at the trigger.
That was April, May. Yeah, that's what I
Well,
thought.
okay, April, May.
10 months, then fine.
Well, but the bottom line is, by the time we put sticks in the grounds, we already knew when the language came, we weren't going to meet that. So, okay, so it is sticks. That's what I want to make sure of. Okay, call the question. I mean, I know we'll talk about the 800 at some point down the road.
What does this mean?
Oh,
we have met the trigger this year.
This is trigger language.
But you're saying to acknowledge that all aspects of the trigger language as referenced in Prop U has been fully met. I don't know what that means.
Well, I was
fully met forever.
considering that letting construction contracts for on-site, off-site work meant that we've satisfied that. But it's actually sticks in the ground. Yeah, that's my question.
We're at the number, but I don't believe we've met the Prop U,
Right.
in my understanding.
Right. So I only brought this so we can get clarity on what the bond language, and I guess I'm the only one that read it that way.
Did you want to just pull the item?
I'll just pull it.
Okay, motion's withdrawn. Human Resources, acknowledge receipt of the initial collective bargaining contract proposals from the Grossmont Education Association representing certificated employees to the district. Could I have a motion and second to discuss and approve?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Please vote. Item 2, ratification and approval of memorandum of understanding with the Grossmont Education Association regarding amendment to tentative agreement, June 16, 2010. Tab 3, Article 7, Item 2, regarding retirees and STRS credit. Could I have a motion and second to discuss and approve?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Please vote. Item 3, ratification and approval of tentative agreement with the Service Employees International Union on work year salary and the 2011-2012 school year calendar effective July 1st, 2011 through June 30th, 2012. Could I have a motion and second to discuss and approve?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Please vote. 4, public hearing regarding the Governing Board's 2011-2012 collective bargaining contract proposal to the Service Employees International Union representing classified employees in Bargaining Unit 2. This is a public hearing, shouldn't, yeah. Is there anyone that wishes to speak during this hearing? I declare the hearing open. Seeing no one, I declare the hearing closed. Item 5, acknowledge receipt of the initial collective bargaining contract proposals from the Service Employees International Union, Local 221, representing classified employees in Bargaining Unit 3 to the district. Could I have a motion and second to discuss and approve?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Please vote. C, Business Services, approval of monthly budget overview for the period ending May 31st, 2011. Is there a motion and second to discuss and approve?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion.
Quick question. I've learned that, Priscilla. Did I do that? Yeah. Did I get that? Quick question.
Make it long.
Yeah. Okay. Scott, briefly, are our charters? I barely can get through ours. Then all the charters now have different formats, it seems like. So are the charters okay?
Charters are okay. They are experiencing, to some degree or another, well, they are all experiencing the same stress on their operational budget that we are. Helix is in very fine shape with regard to its ability to withstand that because of the reserves. Steel Canyon, not so much so, and we're having those discussions with them.
Liberty?
Liberty is, they're operating okay. Yes.
What would be the long-term impact on Steel Canyon with the 12th high school? It's enough to push them over.
It depends on how aggressively and how successfully they would market and attract new students. If, in fact, high school number 12 is built and some students stay home in Alpine,
right.
Yes, a decline in their enrollment would have the same effects that we see. Where, and Mr. Kelly was alluding to this, when you have declining enrollment, unfortunately your revenue goes down faster than your cost does.
Right.
Any further discussion? Please vote. Item 2, approval of change orders awarded to the lowest responsive bidders in excess of 10% cumulative or $100,000 per change order. Could I have a motion and second?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Please vote. Item 3, ratification of change orders approved pursuant to Resolution 2011-76. Could I have a motion and second?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Please vote. Item 4, ratification of the designation of Kevin Pullum as the American Institute of Architects representative to fill vacancy created by the resignation of a member of the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. Establish the first term for Mr. Pullum as July 27, 2011 through July 30th, 2013. Could I have a motion and second to discuss and approve?
So moved.
Second.
Is Mr. Pullum here by any chance?
I don't think we waited that.
No, I just, when he was here, I wanted to acknowledge him, that's all. Any discussion? Please vote. Oh, I guess I need to. Number 5, ratification of the redesignation of Penny Hallgren as the San Diego County Taxpayers Association's representative on the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. Establish the second term for Ms. Hallgren as August 10, 2011 through August 31st, 2013. Is there a motion and second to discuss and approve?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Please vote. Number 6, ratification and approval of employment of Cumming Corporation with the Government Code Section 53060, Project Management and Program Management, and authorization for superintendent or designee to execute necessary agreements. Is there a motion and second to discuss and approve?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Please vote. Number 7, ratification and approval of employment of Cumming Corporation with Government Code Section 53060, cost estimating and design review, and authorization for superintendent or designee to execute necessary agreements. Motion and second?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Please vote. Number 8, ratification of termination of contract with Willock Contracting Incorporated. A motion and second to discuss and approve.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Please vote. Number 9, adoption of Resolution 2012-02 declaring an emergency exists and requesting approval from the County Superintendent of Schools, or school, to enter into contracts without advertising or inviting bids. A motion and second to discuss and approve.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Please vote. Number 9, consolidated agenda. The consolidated motion expedites board action on all agenda items which are not held for discussion. Items not held will be approved as written as part of the consolidated agenda. Items that are held are excluded from the consolidated agenda and will be acted upon individually. Do any board members have items to be pulled? Hearing none, could I have a motion to approve the entire consolidated agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Please vote. Board member reports. Do any board members have anything, and this would include Nick, anything additional that you'd like to comment on over the last month, what you've been doing, or what you would like to see added to future agenda items? If not, that's fine.
No.
Just say no report.
No report, except for I will be on vacation the next 2 weeks at a beach house with my grandfather. So just as another little heads up.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic.
I could see. I think Monday night we might have an extra room available. Thank you.
Okay, Member Kelly.
Had a great time at the graduations. One of the 3 that I did. Well, West Hills is always fantastic to do, but first time ever at Valhalla. Boy, what a treat! Did they have just a fantastic ceremony? One of the best behaved audiences that I've ever witnessed, and that was great. Let's see what else. And you know what? My compliments to the board. This is a tough night, and I know that nobody feels really great about this. But I sure appreciate the professionalism of all 5 board members. And I think you guys conducted yourself admirably. And I sure appreciate all the wisdom and, the thought put into this.
Dr. Woods.
Yes, it was an honor to be able to shake hands with the graduates at El Cajon Valley, Mount Miguel, and Foothills. It's always a pleasure to see the excitement as they finally finish high school and go off to the wild future.
Member Schreiber?
Graduations, ditto. Great time. Although it's sad because of Tim McCarthy and having just come off of Granite Hills. That's just a real tough one, I think, for the whole district and the board to take. So about tonight, I understand the resolution and why it was brought forward. Actually, it was probably very much needed because the community of Alpine, district staff, everybody needs to know the direction. But the original resolution, we shouldn't have had to sit here and take out some things that caused consternation with that community, whether we were going to discontinue. When we do have a 4-year shelf life, that's something that shouldn't have had to be amended. If we really wanted to be in good faith with that community, so I think that was a little bit upsetting in the fact that it preempted our boundary committee's presentation. I don't think that you can say that there's wishful numbers when you've just convened a boundary committee and paid for a demographer to do all the hard work to come up with what the data shows us for our rebalancing and for our 12th high school. I think it's wishful thinking to say you're going to recover 400 students on online without any research. And I think that was just really harsh in the faces of those people who served. And I advise you to look at the boundary committee discussions. It was very thoughtful. And and a difficult task for them to take. So there's a lot of wishful things out there, and obviously I've ran on the wishful idea that we would have the political will to do what we were saying we were going to do. We convened a boundary committee that shows that we could do that. We could recover money. There's future plans out there that I don't think are wishful. I think the Alpine Planning Group's been working on that for a long time. When you think about not opening until 2013, things might turn around a little bit, but to stop the whole process together and give no thought to that and have to have that discussion at this board meeting, I thought was a slap in the face to those who have worked hard thus far. Our leaseback contractors, our staff, Dina Johnson, all of them worked so hard coming here thinking that it might all stop tonight. And once again, I might add. So I thank you for bringing the resolution, because I think everybody's really tired of the roller coaster ride. So I appreciate Dick Hoy's amendment. The reason I did not vote for it, even though I voted for the amendment to change things, there was no reason to have that even. What we did in February should have stayed separate. It's an action that we took in good faith for the community of Alpine. You could have had a resolution that stated that for the board's consideration when we go forward, these are the things that we need to look at. We need to look at the size of the school and really put that to rest once and for all, now that we have the data from the Boundary Commission committee. So I am hopeful that when we go forward to discuss the models that they've given us, that we'll really consider what they've given us for all of the schools, from an academic program as well, and that once again Alpine's not shortchanged in all of those things that we offer our other schools, if and when we have the opportunity to do it right. But I think that this actually was a good thing to have the resolution and kind of give some closure to the roller coaster ride. So thank you for bringing that. I would like to know who wrote it, the resolution.
I'll take responsibility for it. I did it
I
with
thought
several
so.
other staff members.
Thank you. And Rob, the reason I ask is because of the discontinuing of the project, understanding we had a 4-year shelf life. That was not a good thing to do.
I went to a lot of graduations, and the students were privileged to shake my hand. That didn't come out right. That didn't come out right. But I was really excited about the one at Grossmont, because I got to give the diploma to my great nephew, and that was a lot of fun. I also went to over at Chaparral, the CTE ROP culinary class had a I don't know what they called it, but it was a great meal. Oh yeah. The Grand Buffet, that's what it was, and it was a great meal. Tomorrow night, some of us will be attending the Padre baseball game, where a couple of our students are getting Cox scholarships.
That's Wednesday night?
It's tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night. Oh my gosh, got away from me.
Cox scholarships, and we'll be able to honor those kids. So that is going to make it impossible to go to Tim McCarthy's service at Granite Hills, but I'm going to go up to the church on Saturday for the church up in Alpine, or at the church up in Alpine. I knew Tim McCarthy very well, and I want you to know that this district suffered a big loss. Very popular teacher, just a miraculous guy, and did a lot of great things for the kids at Granite Hills.
I would like to thank all the board members for what I believe is a fairly successful meeting in the light of a very contentious issue. I also want to kind of respond to some of Ms. Schreiber's comments in this sense. I apologize for the offense. That obviously was not my intent. I do not hold myself up to be infallible in these matters. What I wrote was designed to be what I thought the best compromise under the circumstances that we face. And that is why I am open to and supported amendments. It was by no means an all or nothing. That's why we deliberate. And the purpose of deliberation is to get a better result corporately than any of us can create individually. And I believe we were successful in that regard. I know that you will be going up to Alpine on Monday.
Who will?
Ms. Schreiber.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, they haven't been represented for a couple of years. We used to always go.
And I'm sure when you go up there that tonight's meeting will be at least one significant topic of conversation up there.
It has been for 11 years, Will.
Exactly.
Significant.
And with that in mind, and I'm simply going to plant the seed, this is entirely up to you how to respond to it, but I'm going to suggest that in the future that it might be appropriate to be a tad measured in some of the rhetoric that the people of Alpine present. Because even tonight, there are people in this room who basically publicly called me a liar. Now, I realize that, quote, all politicians lie. But I'll speak simply for myself, from the heart, and it's this. If you want my vote, don't call me names. There are better ways to have a deliberative discussion than to simply say, if you don't do what I want, then you're evil. And so I would appreciate that trickling through. Whether they believe it or not, I can't affect what people believe. But I would hope that the nature and quality of some of the comments, and there were other comments tonight that had nothing to do with me or this board, but comments about other schools in the district that I find offensive.
That took place in the boundary committee discussions too.
Okay, and so I would suggest that some people temper their emotion and temper their conversation so that we can have a more respectful discussion. You and I disagree. We disagree tonight. That doesn't mean I think you're stupid, and it doesn't mean I think you're a liar. It means we disagree. And that, exactly. And that is the nature of, that's why we have a board of 5 instead of a board of 1. And so that is how the system is set up, imperfect as it is, seated by imperfect people such as we are. But I would well,
except for Vice President.
with one possible exception. And with that, is there more?
Just one comment. Yeah, I would also commend the board for conducting business the way you did tonight. Difficult topic. I'm very impressed. It's an honor to serve. The other thing.
Next board meeting.
September.
Okay.
Oh, gosh, that's really
there's a rumor going there's something later this month, but I think that's a false rumor.
What we will do is take a look at, if the board go away and take a look at the boundary committee and see what you think you want to do in terms of a study session for that, and we'll have calendar dates. You can check with Debbie. My other piece was just to remind you that I will be going on vacation starting at noon tomorrow and going back to Fargo for my parents' 60th wedding anniversary. It should be interesting. Scott Patterson will serve in my absence should anything come up. What?
I can understand going back for an anniversary.
Yeah.
Fargo for a vacation?
Well, no. The question has to be asked, if you live in San Diego, where do you go on a vacation? Well, it turns out it's Fargo, North Dakota.
Tell them the weather report.
Yeah, I'm taking a week. Come on, a long week.
Tell them the weather report.
Well, actually, yeah, the forecast is 90 degrees, 65% relative humidity, and thunderstorms. Then they get there. So, yeah, exactly.
Can I go with you?
No, it's all sold out.
Meeting adjourned.
Good job.